Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The time is 6 o'clock p.m. We'll be starting momentarily, but want to give that friendly house reminder. You have cellular devices. Vibrate them, silent them, otherwise suppress and stifle them, and we'll begin momentarily. Good evening, council members. Are we ready to begin? Good evening on this beautiful and sunny Pontiac evening. This meeting of your Pontiac City Council is hereby called to order for Tuesday, March 12th, 2024. We give the floor to Councilman Parker to introduce this evening's invocation. And before he does, something that I'll be thinking of, a joyful reason to wish them well, is that the Team Pontiac Special Olympics basketball team, which has been state champions and National Olympic contenders, they are in the Final Four this Saturday, 10 a.m. at Calvin College. If anyone wants to join and cheer them on the west side of the state. Pro Tem Carrington for many years has rallied and rooted for them and been a big supporter, and we're really, really proud of them. So just throughout the meeting, if things get dicey, I'll be thinking and smiling of Team Pontiac and the Special Olympics basketball team and all their success. Anything further to say on that, Pro Tem?
Well, they won the state championships 9 of the last 10 years, so they've been pretty dominant, and I expect them to get back to the championship.
Very good.
Saturday. Yeah, so.
Thank you. Councilman Parker for this evening's invocation.
Good evening, everyone. Let us pray. And God, we come yet again this day giving you thanks for the lovely day that you allowed us to experience today. We thank you for your love, your kindness, your grace, your mercy, and your leadership. We ask now in your blessed Son's name that you would guide us this evening, that we make sound decisions that will impact your people, that it will be done with love and with compassion and with empathy. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Of course, you may be seated. We now as a community have a moment of silence to remember those neighbors who we've recently had to say goodbye to, those who have passed away. This evening we'll be taking up a few resolutions honoring a few that previously worked or served for the city of Pontiac. And one of them, since our last city council meeting, is the passing of Mr. Brian Blosser, who was no stranger to these chambers, often attended meetings, and was just a very committed person who loved Pontiac, and we'll delve into that deeper. We also want to raise up the name of Beatrice Woods. B. Woods, resident of District 6, at age 98 years young, has just, her journey on this plane has just concluded, but she was no stranger to these chambers as well, often speaking every week at public comment with great enthusiasm. We also have been contacted by the Harrison family that Keith Harrison has also passed away. And finally, we want to make sure we raise the name of Isaac Odneal. His life was taken when he was at a service remembering another community member, Cornelius Jones, who recently, his life was taken. And so, senseless loss of life. So we specifically raise up the names of Brian Blosser, Beatrice Woods, Keith Harrison, and Isaac Odneal as a community. Please join us with a moment of silence. Thank you all very much. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington.
Present.
Goodman.
Here.
James.
Here.
McGinnis.
Here.
Nicholson.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Rutherford. Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Quorum being established and all members present and voting, is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda? So moved. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington for approval of the evening's agenda. It's before us. Are there any amendments at this time? All right, hearing none, roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of the agenda as presented.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda is approved. We'll proceed accordingly. We're now at approval of the consent agenda. Is there such a motion? So it's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. We've got a lot of them in there just so that we can make it an efficient meeting tonight. I'll give you the rundown of what is all in this consent agenda. The Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee meeting minutes from February 26th, the Economic Development, Housing, and Planning Subcommittee minutes of March 4th, the March 5th City Council meeting minutes, resolution recognizing March 2024 as Social Work Month in the City of Pontiac, resolution honoring the life and service of Eric Johnson, resolution honoring the life and service of Brian Blosser, resolution scheduling special council meetings on the proposed fiscal year budget for 2024-2025 for May 9th, 16th, 23rd, and 30th. Those are Thursdays in May. Resolution scheduling public hearing on the proposed city fiscal year budget 2024-2025 for May 21st, 2024 at 6 p.m. That would be here in the City Council meeting for that night, as we do every year. Resolution to approve the purchase of the annual renewal of Microsoft 365 licenses agreement for the city. Resolution urging state leaders to address the inadequacy of state statutory revenue sharing, and the resolution congratulating City Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford on her acceptance into the Michigan Municipal League Women's Elected Leadership Intensive. Congratulations and well done, Councilman Rutherford. So those are the items that are in the consent agenda, which essentially means things that don't need to be debated. We are sort of in short order, hoping to move on to the things that might be more needing further debate or discussion. Roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the consent agenda, approving those respective resolutions and minutes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
The motion carries. The consent agenda is adopted, and all those resolutions and minutes are hereby approved by the City Council. Now I'd like to give the floor to two of our council colleagues to read the resolutions that have just been adopted, specifically those that honor the life of past city employees and city workers. Pro Tem Carrington, you have the floor for the resolution honoring the life and service of Mr. Eric Johnson.
Thank you, President McGinnis. City of Pontiac resolution honoring the life of Mr. Eric Johnson. Whereas the City of Pontiac, Michigan has been privileged to have many exemplary employees serve the city over the decades, whose hard work and dedication directly improve the quality of life for our citizens. And whereas Mr. Eric Johnson worked for the City of Pontiac for a number of years, serving with dedication and passion in finance operations as a critical junction in the city's history. And whereas Mr. Johnson was involved and outspoken advocate for our city and our residents for decades, even beyond city employment. And whereas Mr. Johnson had immensely positive impact on our city, his colleagues, his neighbors, and his beloved family. And whereas Mr. Johnson passed away March the 4th, 2024 at age of 69, which is tremendous loss for our entire community. Now, therefore, it be resolved, the Pontiac City Council hereby mourns the passing of Mr. Eric Johnson and celebrates his life. And further resolved, the Pontiac City Council expresses our deepest gratitude for Mr. Johnson's dedicated service to our city and to the citizens whose lives he positively impacted. And furthermore, resolved, he will be remembered by the City Council and the entire Pontiac community as a wonderful human being who made a positive difference in our city. And further resolved, that we extend our deepest sympathies to his family, friends, neighbors, and colleagues. Pontiac City Council, March 12, 2024, signed by the council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for attending his memorial service just yesterday on behalf of the city and the City Council. Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford, if you could please read the resolution that's just been adopted honoring the life and service of Mr. Brian Blosser.
Whereas the City of Pontiac, Michigan has had the privilege to have many exemplary civic volunteers serve as elected workers over the decades, whose hard work and dedication has contributed to the success of the election process in Pontiac. Whereas Mr. Brian Blosser was a resident of Pontiac and served as an election worker for the city for many years, working multiple election cycles. Whereas Mr. Blosser was insistent about preserving the integrity of the election process and ensuring that citizens will be afforded the right to vote, and that his fellow residents were served well and treated kindly as a part of the process. Whereas Mr. Blossom was devoted to serving Pontiac through other means, including at Monument of Faith Baptist Missionary Baptist Church, New Mount Moriah International Church, Word Believing Christian Center Church, and as a faithful volunteer for many communities, service activities working to help his neighbors in need. And whereas Mr. Blosser passed away in recent days at far too young an age, which is a tremendous loss to our community, his family, his friends, his neighbors, and to the Pontiac City Clerk Office and his fellow election workers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council, Pontiac Mayor Tim Gramo, and the entire city of Pontiac hereby mourns the passing of Mr. Brian Blossom, and further resolve that the City Council expresses our deepest gratitude for Mr. Blossom's dedicated service to our city and to the citizens of Pontiac, whose lives were enriched because of his willingness to help and be involved. And further resolve, the Pontiac City Council and the entire community will remember his work, his personality, his spirit, and his willingness to help others. And further be resolved, we extend our deepest sympathies to his family, to his friends, and his colleagues. Signed by Pontiac City Council, March the 12th, 2024.
Thank you very much for that, and I know how much he meant to you personally, that you've known him essentially your entire life. Again, we as the City Council mourn and send our heartfelt sympathies to the family, friends, and colleagues of Mr. Johnson and Mr. Blosser, who both served the city in various forms of employment over the years. Thank you very much. We now are at special presentations. The first of two special presentations tonight. The Michigan Technology Conference is taking place here in the great city of Pontiac, Michigan in the coming days. and we bring forward the facilitator of that conference, and we'll give an opportunity for Mayor Greimel to offer any introductory reflections as well.
Thank you, President McGinnis. We're really excited to have Michael Riley here. This is a pretty big deal, this conference that he has organized here in Pontiac. It is the Michigan Technology Conference, and it's really a conference unlike any other that has occurred in Michigan. And so this really is an opportunity to further put Pontiac on the map as a destination. This is a big deal. They're going to have a ton of people there. They're going to have a lot of vendors there and people there who are in the technology world. And we certainly want to roll out the red carpet for them as a city. We want to make sure that this is a recurring annual event here in Pontiac, and we want to make sure that all of us in the city are really embracing this and trying to leverage this event to further enhance the quality of life here in Pontiac for all of us. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to President McGinnis, but appreciate you being here, Mr. Riley, and look forward to hearing more about the conference.
With that, you have the floor. Your special presentation, please. Welcome. Oh, we're going to turn the microphone on. There's a button at the bottom left of the black base. Bottom right, I'm sorry. There we go. You're live.
All right. Thank you guys for having me. As you mentioned, I'm Michael Riley. I'm the president of the Michigan Technology Conference. Michigan Technology Conference is designed to be a conference to really highlight the technology in the state of Michigan here. So we kind of recognize that there's a lot of really great technology companies in this area, and this is a really great hub of technology here. But a conference to bring people together every year just doesn't quite exist yet. So we're going to bring that here next week. We're bringing 40 different organizations here to have booths and be part of collaborating on different technology innovations. We've got 65 speakers coming from across the globe, from 3 different continents right now. We've got meals. It's a 2-day event. We'll have breakfast and lunch there on site. We're going to do an after party with a DJ who's going to be flying here and actually using AI in his DJing stuff to incorporate that, and he's going to teach people how some of that stuff works. We really look forward to this being an annual event every year here where people can come and collaborate and really highlight how great Michigan is. I think the West Coast and the East Coast get a lot of credit for a lot of their technology, and Michigan's got a lot of great tech here, and it's time for us to showcase that. So anyone that's interested, this conference is next week. It's at the UW Sports Complex right here in Pontiac. You can get tickets here at mitechcon.org. Check us out, and we'd love to see everyone there. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. So that was mitechcon.org is
Correct.
the website where people can find out more information, including if they'd like to attend.
Yep, registration, everything's there, as well as our lineup of speakers, the talks, as well as the organizations that'll be joining us, mitechcon.org.
Okay. Any further questions or feedback? Councilman Parker.
Yeah. What day did you say? It's March 21st and 22nd. It's next Thursday and Friday. It's all day.
Any final questions or feedback?
It's at the UW Sports Complex in Pontiac.
South Boulevard East.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much. That concludes that special presentation. Thank you for your time and, more importantly, for locating the conference in Pontiac, Michigan.
Yes.
Quick question, Ms. Teese.
Yep, so it's an all-day conference. We're going to start at 7 a.m., and it's going to go until 7 p.m. Both days. We've got many different sessions and stuff. Yeah. Thank you,
for
guys.
flagging that question.
Yeah, great question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riley. Have a great day. And we are now at our second of 2 special presentations. The Friends of the Clinton River Trail, a very important nonprofit organization with members in Pontiac, important work in Pontiac. They have many decades under their belt at this point, which you probably didn't expect to be the case when you just started, probably in a blink of an eye. It must have felt like, but so much important work done, and we look forward to hearing tonight an update on the latest impact that the trail and the advocates for the trail, being your organization, have that interact and relate to Pontiac, Michigan. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. My name is Josh Eichenhorn. I'm Vice President of the Friends of the Clinton River Trail. I'm joined by Melinda Hill, our President, and many other friends. If I could just quick raise your hands if you're here for the Friends group, that would be great.
Now raise your hand if you're an informal friend of the Clinton River Trail, as in you're a fan of the Clinton River Trail.
Yeah, thank you for that. Absolutely. I do want to add that UWM complex can be ridden to or walked to on the connector of the Clinton River Trail. So feel free to get there any way you want. My name is Josh Eichenhorn. I am Vice President. Melinda Hill and others join me today, and I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to provide you a quick update on the Clinton River Trail. But before I do, I want to tell you a quick story. I want to tell all of you a quick story. In 2020, I said to my then 19-year-old son, hey, I'll buy you a bicycle if you agree to ride across the state of Michigan with me. And he took me up on it, so we went over to the Trek bike store here in Pontiac, Michigan, then American Cycle and Fitness, bought 2 Treks and rode across the state on the Great Lake to Lake Trail 1, 300 miles across the state, including the 16 glorious miles that are the Clinton River Trail. It was a bonding and special moment for me and my son, and I'm extraordinarily grateful for that experience. A year before that, I noticed that there was a bridge being built. It was a pedestrian bridge being built over M5. It's on the Michigan Airline Trail over M5. And while I was riding the trip with my son Eddie, it hit me that if this bridge didn't get built, this ride doesn't happen. Then I thought about the Telegraph Bridge. Then I looked a little bit closer, and I noticed that there were benches and signs and a surface that was taking care of it, be it asphalt or crushed aggregate. And it dawned on me that these trails just don't happen. People make them happen. Cities make them happen. And it was then I got committed to finding these people, getting involved, and that brought me to the Friends of the Clinton River Trail. And today, as a representative of the Friends of the Clinton River Trail, I'm here to tell you that the Clinton River Trail is celebrating its 20th birthday. In 2000,
All right,
please.
yeah.
20th birthday. In 2004, all 5 cities through which this glorious trail runs signed a memorandum of understanding agreeing to take care of their portion of the trail and to work with the other cities involved on areas of mutual interest. We view this signing of the MOU as the birthday of the Clinton River Trail 20 years ago. Happy birthday. And frankly, there is nothing more fitting that we can do as the Friends of the Clinton River Trail than to come to you, City Council of the City of Pontiac, and say thank you for all that you have done for this amazing trail. For your stewardship, because of your stewardship, you are overseeing a beautiful community asset. And since 2004, there have been major enhancements to this trail, whether it's improvements to road crossings, bridges, signages, and the like. And frankly, Pontiac's role on this has been huge. Our latest project was the resurfacing. Our latest large project was the resurfacing of this trail from Bodette Park to Bagley, including improvements to bridges and including putting in a traffic light to help for safety in crossing that incredible trail. Earlier, the Friends of the Clinton River Trail worked with all 5 cities on a look and feel project where we helped standardize colors and logos in giving this Clinton River Trail a unique and special identity. And our coordination is ongoing. This year, Pontiac and the 4 other cities are going to participate in the Detroit Institute of Art Inside Out program, bringing amazing artwork to the trail and to the cities. Melinda Hill last year sent an email to all of the cities with a sample of the application for this program and encourage people to get all cities to engage and send in these applications. Every city engaged, and as a result, all 5 cities will get to enjoy art this summer.
That deserves a round of applause. We're
Let's
excited
do
for the
that.
DIA art to come to our city's trail.
We also hold alliance meetings periodically where we bring representatives from the cities together to talk about their agendas as it relates to the trail. We just had one in January. It was efficient, and it was informative, and it was great. The Friends of the Clinton River Trail help source volunteer hours and in certain cases money to help complement the incredible work done by the cities and the incredible investments made by the cities. And through your work and through your investment, you serve your residents, the neighboring residents, and the broader community well by giving us all a safe and healthy place to be outside, to exercise, to socialize, and in certain cases to get from one place to another. And your work for that, and we really do celebrate and we really do thank you for this. Incredible investment and effort made by the cities, including the city of Pontiac. And as much as our shared past is important to celebrate, we also have to talk about our shared future. Maintaining these trails is as difficult as building them. In fact, much of the investment in recent years has been on maintenance projects, including the project on Bagley to Bodette. The Friends of the Clinton River Trail understand that this is a challenging undertaking, and we stand ready to face this challenge head on. And let me add that we know that this trail is in good hands because it's in your hands. And we stand ready to work with you to make this trail continue to be as great as it has been and even better in the future. So how can you help? And then I'll end. Well, I have 5 quick suggestions. First, and most importantly, enjoy the trail and encourage others to do the same. Nothing demonstrates the value of this trail more than simply using it. When used, the trail speaks for itself. Second, continue to engage as you have in the Alliance meetings. They are important. And I want you to know that we understand that city employees that attend these meetings are busy people. We commit to you that these meetings will be efficient, informative, and effective. Third, for those residents in Pontiac that are interested in trails, please encourage them to contact us. We'd love for them to get involved. There's nothing more important to us than making sure that every city has good representation as we set our priorities and agenda. Fourth, help us celebrate the trail's 20th. We're having a party. It's on Wednesday, May 22nd at the Goldner Walsh Nursery on Orchard Lake Road, right here in Pontiac, right here in District 2, Councilman. Nope. Oh.
Across the street. It straddles
Across
1 and
the
2. Your
It's in
feet will be
District 1.
standing firmly
I
in 1.
apologize.
District 2's meetings do happen there, so it does.
We'll
get
let you
confusing.
pass.
I got confused. So I actually made a presentation to Councilman Nicholson's community about a year and a half ago. I'd be happy to make presentations to any of your communities. Please just reach out. But encourage residents to come. May 20th, Goldner Walsh, Orchard Lake.
May 22nd.
May 22nd, Pontiac. Todd Scott, the Executive Director of the Detroit Greenways Coalition, and Andrea LaFontaine, the Executive Director of the Michigan Trails and Greenway Alliance, who will be making some brief presentations, but we're having a party. Please come. Fifth, and lastly, please know that the Friends of the Clinton River Trail stand ready to help you in any way we can. There's a lot going on here related to the trail in Pontiac. We stand ready to help in any way we can. Just reach out. We are looking forward to that. To close, it was an abandoned railroad, and now it's a community treasure because of you. Because of you and your neighboring communities who own it, who nurture it, and who share it with all of us. And on behalf of my son Eddie, myself, and many people in this community, I thank you. And I'm happy to take any questions or defer them to Melinda.
Very good. Thank you very much for being here. Questions or feedback from council members? Councilman Parker?
Well, first, I just want to say thank you. I've ridden on my bike down the Clinton River Trail from Bodette Park up to, I think it's Bloomfield Hills, and then I get tired and I turn back around. It certainly was a good ride, a nice, peaceful ride. And actually, I take some of the kids from my church. We do pedaling with the pastor every now and then. Of course, a couple of times during the summer, we go pedaling down to the Clinton River Trail. So I thank you for giving us a safe place to ride our bikes and enjoy the scenery. And as you go, I know I've seen some wildlife, certainly some deer running across there and some other little animals there, and they get to comment on what they see. So it's been a good thing for the city. So thank you very much.
Mayor Grimo.
I just want to thank you and everyone with the Friends of the Clinton River Trail for your service and your hard work. I know it's a labor of love for you. I know it's a purely volunteer organization and role, so it really does make a difference. It makes an impact. And this is a great example of what can be accomplished when communities work together. Many, many people in Pontiac enjoy the trail, and it really is a great community asset. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
Hello. I want to first thank you guys for all you do, but also, as a personal note, I take the trail. It's been helping me with my weight loss journey for years. And the best part about it is I always see, where's he at, Mr. Rick, when I'm riding my bike. And it's cool and it's safe, and so I just appreciate that. And you meet the greatest people on the trail. It's a great experience when you ride. I even saw Mr. Northcross once, and he got on me. He says, "Melanie, you need a helmet." And so after he told me I needed a helmet, I bought me a helmet. But when I say I love the trail, it is a part of my life. It's been a part of my daughter's life. So thank you for all that you do and the services that you provide.
Well, and thank you for that story. I will tell you that that journey across the state of Michigan started with a journey of weight loss for myself. And it really exhibited how important, to me, how important these trails are because they help people stay healthy, get healthy, be happy, smile.
It's life-changing.
And get around.
Yes.
And get around.
Thank you so much.
Any final items? I just want to say that thank you there are many steps that the current and previous city administrations have done, city councils votes that have been taken, and we know that there will be more junctures, decisions, collaborations, partnerships to happen. And in the east side of Pontiac, I'm really enthusiastic about how much substantial change is coming to enhance the trail and the trail vicinity, from Pike Street being resurfaced for the connector project for the Clinton River Trail through the downtown, through the east side, all the way to Eastway, and then so much more to come with Murphy Park, out to Opdyke, just a lot of change. But we know that 20 years from now, we hope that that, of course, isn't the end. That's just part of the baton being passed to continue to enhance this community asset and expand it, because there are other abandoned rail beds that the city now owns, thanks in part to encouragement, participation of advocates in your organization and those that are even no longer with us. We now have city-owned footprint where there can be even further expansion of these trails, the North Spur, for example, and connecting with the northern tier of Pontiac. Really dynamic quality of life improvement and an asset for so many
And I will
folks.
tell you that we are equally excited and we are equally paying attention to that activity. We stand ready to help, in any way we can, give insight and energy towards these efforts. It's your project, but we are eager to help in any way that we can.
Thank you. With that, hearing no further questions or feedback, thank you very much. Round of applause for the Friends of the Clinton River Trail. Thank you for that update. We are now at monthly City Council Subcommittee reports. First up, Communications, Engagement, and Operations, Chair Mikhail Goodman.
Yes, good evening, everyone. So I'm going to run through this. So the first thing from communications. So the team is working on a variety of different with a variety of different divisions for upcoming town halls, along with the grand opening of the skate park and youth rec events. Working on the gateway signage, specifically the one that's on Woodward, just south of South Boulevard. Getting quotes from area printers for a couple different department directories, finalizing the newsletter, and then also onboarding our new event coordinator, because that position has finally been filled, which will help us run the multitude of different city events that we have throughout the year more efficiently. When it comes to cable, the cable team is working to update and redesign the council chamber's audio infrastructure. That way we can avoid some of the problems that we've had intermittently in the chambers, both in terms of picking up council, the audience being able to hear things along with the speakers and the like. And then when it comes to information technology, the new intranet site for city employees is being updated and tested. And then we're, finally finishing up a test for document scanning. All pretty boring stuff unless you like IT stuff, but that is where we are at the moment.
Thank you very much. Next up, Economic Development, Housing, and Planning. I chair that subcommittee. The meeting took place last Monday morning. The community and anyone that might have of interest to those subject matters are invited. It's the first Monday of every month, 9 a.m. in the City Council legislative conference room. It's pretty tight. It's an hour. We try and jam a lot into an hour, so a lot of it's really just status updates. But there are so many developments when it comes to economic growth, housing, and planning needs. So it is a lot of action-packed information. Everyone is invited. So the next meeting will be that first. Next month, it'll be April 1st, Monday, April 1st, if I remember my calendar correctly, at 9 o'clock a.m. So I want to give you a quick synopsis of what was updated at the March subcommittee meeting. You'll hear tonight about Contour Windows. They're seeking a conditional rezoning for land on North Perry. So since we'll learn more about that on the agenda, I'll move past that. The Planning Commission has made a recommendation about residential infill overlay district in terms of 3 different designated areas where they want to provide some innovation and flexibility for size of homes, type of home layout that works with the parcels that are available. Those 3 areas are very similar to what was proposed last fall that ultimately was not adopted. They have changed some different square foot to go from 700 minimum up to 800 square foot minimum, but that'll be coming before City Council in the coming weeks, where we'll do a more thorough dive into what the implications are. There's a rezoning request on Woodward Avenue, the old Evola Music site that's just south of Elam Brothers Restaurant across from M1 Concourse. That address is 45222. Right now it's zoned M1, so light manufacturing, if you will, because there's a lot of, historically, were a lot of small manufacturing operations there. They're requesting to go to C3, so corridor commercial, so that way it can be redeveloped. It's somebody who has classic car sales and would like to open a classic car showplace, if you will, very similar to what's immediately south to it, where they have some classic cars in that different location. There was updates about zoning text amendments for adult use marijuana and caregivers that has since had some initial readings or further readings from City Council. And very briefly, I'll give you a few more summaries. The Troy Laser and Fabrications, a new business coming to North Telegraph Road. Their preliminary site plan and special exception was approved in February. There was a preliminary site plan for a new apartment building, a 5-story apartment building built by Lighthouse that's on Auburn, 454 Auburn, between Sanford and Francis on the south side, currently vacant land. There was preliminary site plan for 1500 South Opdyke Road, the gas station that's in the intersection of Opdyke and South Boulevard. One of them hopes to expand their sort of convenience store option, but that was preliminary. That was approved with conditions. There was a preliminary informational session on 1220 North Perry. It's a former Trademark liquor store near Perry and Madison. So that's coming back further, but there had been an initial site plan information on that. Resident Mona Parlov was selected as chair for the year. Resident Sam Henley was selected as vice chair of the Planning Commission for the year. Since he's in the audience, let's give a shout out to our one of our planning commissioners, Christopher Northcross. Thank you for your volunteer service to the community. He's been vice chair in the past, but he said, I'm still on the commission, but I don't need that vice chair gig. So he wanted to circulate that. Thank you for your continued service to the community. The Historic District Commission has been doing trainings with the Michigan Historic Preservation Network. That's the board that hears if somebody lives in a historic district or has a business in a historic district, they need to get approval for any exterior changes. Big development that that commission has dealt with and that you and the community will hear is that there's been big progress on the former Casa del Rey apartments. Very beautiful, large, cool apartment building that's like at Oneida, just north of Orchard Lake Road, very close to Welcome Missionary Baptist Church. It's on the National Register of Historic Places. It's been sitting empty for decades, formerly apartment buildings. So there is now a developer who has got their funding secure and has been working with the Historic District Commission and getting approval for them to be able to make sure the exterior retains a lot of the historic quality is there. There's a Zoning Board of Appeals meeting. Want to invite the community in this room next Monday, March 18th. It's hearing 3 different items. A property on East Huron that wants to do a rear yard setback, a property on Baldwin that wants to have 2 front and rear yard setbacks. That's 805 Baldwin and then 140 East Huron. And then 451 Kennett is the Grace and Peace Community Church. They would like to have a use variance for a child care center at that site. So if you want to weigh in on any of those 3 items, they're scheduled for the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting Monday evening, March 18th, in this very chamber. And then in April is when 404 Highland and the 2-dimensional variance that that property owner is asking for, that is scheduled. They continue to try and postpone it, but that is when it is scheduled. That would be Monday, April 15th, again in these chambers, and that was updated to the community at the subcommittee meeting. And so for the sake of time, I've already said too much. I'll stop there, and we'll give the floor to Chair Melanie Rutherford of the Facilities and Property Subcommittee.
Good evening. I chair the Facility and Property Committee sub-meeting. It was February 23rd, 2024, 3 p.m. My committee members are President Pro Tem William Carrington and Mike McGinnis. Other people that was present is Mayor Tim Grimel, Angela Santiago, Deborah Younger, Michael Martin, and Deputy Mayor Cavani Stevens. Meeting started at 3:07. Items for discussion during this meeting was a series of follow-up questions from the previous meetings. The subcommittee sought answers to the following series of questions, conversation ensues, and the following dialogue took place. What is the status of the public work facility staff? Administration advised they would follow up and get back to council within a week. Is there a place for the DPW facility? Administration advised there was no concrete plan in motion as of today. Update on potential sale Purdue. Update on the demolition of Old Miss Carroll School and Ewart Center. Have RFPs went out yet? There is some work that needs to be completed by Oakland County to see if the funds can be spent for the demolition, specifically for Old McCarroll School. Michael Martin from Grants Philanthropy Department did complete and apply, but has not yet been granted the demolition for EWAP for the amount of $500,000. Administration advised this committee that an update for the Youth Rec Center construction will be presented to City Council within the next 2 weeks. Update on 50th District Courthouse HVAC. The HVAC system has not been fixed currently, and there is no plan in place. Update on the repairs of the Sheriff's Substation. Administration will be following up on this and getting back to the council. Update on the repairs of the city fire stations. No updates at this time. The next public hearing, on city-owned properties is slated for March the 6th, which has happened. These public hearings will be mainly consist of sidewalks and 2 redevelopments of lots for houses. Upon the update of the development agreement for the sale of Kennett Road landfill, which we're talking about tonight, per Deborah Younger, the response was yes, and it was coming from the council for the consideration next week. Public comments was from Steve Jarvis, representing Reroute Pontiac. He's a Pontiac resident since 2021 and had a group that was willing to purchase the properties, donated them back to Mr. Jarvis. He stated deeds have not been received until the 40th day, and according to him, the proper policy to seek deeds were not properly executed on all 30 properties within the last calendar year. He asked that the City Council waives its fees. No decision has been made yet, and the meeting adjourned at 4:09 p.m. And that is my report.
Thank you. Finance and Personnel, that subcommittee chair, Brett Nicholson.
The Finance and Personnel Committee will reconvene this Thursday here in the council conference room at 2 p.m. That committee consists of myself, Councilwoman James, and Councilman Parker, and we will be going through what we have omitted in my absence.
Thank you very much, and we are really good to see. It's really good to see. All right, Chair of Law and the Court Subcommittee, William Parker Jr.
Thank you, sir. The Law and Courts Committee did not meet in February. We went to a bi-monthly meeting, so we will be meeting again March 25th at 4 p.m. in the council legislative area.
Thank you very much. Parks, Recreation, and Public Works, Chair Kathleen James.
Parks and Recreation met on February the 26th on Monday, and we started out, Mark Leandrick did announce the mobile food vendor ordinance public meetings that have all been held at this point. The grants department said that they have not received an update on the Sparks grant. That's $1 million grant that was written for Galloway Lake Park. However, when that is received, it will pay for phase 1 of the improvements in that park, which will include the demolition of Ewalt Center and the demolition of the bathrooms that are on that in that park that are closed and in very poor condition, and do some environmental and land work in that park. So hopefully we should be getting an answer on that within in the next month or two. The agenda continued with Terrence Price, our director, giving the update for the parks. He has had a kickoff meeting with the contractor for the mini and neighborhood park improvements, the design firm that we hired. They will be starting public engagement meetings in the next 10 days. Also, very important, the administration will be submitting to council probably at the March 19th meeting, their recommendation for the design construction firm for the new recreation center. And I think we're all very excited about that. I would like to say, though, that I think the team that was put together by administration to make that decision, it's an outstanding team made up of the mayor, deputy mayor, myself, council president, and pro tem, our engineering staff, our purchasing staff, our DPW director, as well as the Parks and Recreation director, made up that team that interviewed all of the applicants. It was a very long, grueling process, but I think that, what we have is something that we're all going to be pleased with. So that recommendation should come to council next week. Also, for the spring cleanup, those dates have been set. Again, it starts Earth Day, April the 22nd, and sometime during that week, the final decisions have not been made, but the dumpsters will be deployed in the community probably somewhere in that week of April the 22nd. This year, they decided rather than to do everything in 1 week in April, they have kind of staggered the spring cleanup into the summer. So they have picked a number of days, starting with the Earth Day on April the 22nd, but also including Saturday, May 18th, Saturday, June 8th, and Saturday, July 13th. And the reason why, this is the first time we tried it like this, the reason why is because last year, we just got into bad weather. The spring, we had some really cold days, and we planned on doing some things, and really we're not able to because of the weather. So this year, we're trying to stagger it out, and we'll see how that works out. For recreation, March is National Reading Month, and on March 13th, the Youth Recreation Department is sponsoring a local Pontiac youth authors group available to the public. It's a meet and greet that they'll be doing. It will take place on March the 23rd, and you should be getting information about that. Lastly, there was an update from Patrick Mueller for DPW. They have purchased 4 new pickups, which was approved by council, I think, previous weeks. We asked them to inspect all the speed humps in the city because that came up. There were reports that at least a couple of them were damaged through the snow removal process this winter. But we did ask them to make an assessment of all these speed humps in the city and to be able to give us some kind of an assessment of repairs that may be needed. I asked him about the street sweepers. They have been put on, not on hold, but they're like taken apart for the winter months because you can't use them in the winter because the water, they don't work well with water. But I did ask him if they would be available for the spring cleanup, and he said they will. So we will have the street sweepers on the street when we start the spring cleanup in April. Lastly, the road work on Gulf Drive, there was quite a bit of discussion about that it does include a bike lane, and we talked about the possibility of making it a pedestrian lane, which would include walkers as well as bikers. But engineering feels that because of the width of that lane, what they're adding to the highway, it would not be wide enough to try to have multiple people there. So, we're just really still working on that and struggling with that. But currently, that is the plan, that there will be a bike lane on the Gulf Drive, the work that will be done on Gulf Drive. That is all. The meeting ended at about 2:30, and our next meeting will be on March I believe it's the 26th. at 1 o'clock, or at noon, excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Public Safety, Health, and Wellness, the Chair, William A. Carrington.
Thank you, President McGinnis. Since we last reported out from last month, the Public Safety, Health, and Wellness Committee has not met. We meet on a bi-monthly basis. Our next meeting is April the 11th on Thursday in the City Council Conference Room. The public is welcome to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any requests? That concludes subcommittee reports. Thank you, everyone. Is there requests to speak from current elected officials in our community? Hearing none, we are now at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, request tonight.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I just want to relate to the community. Agenda address allows a citizen to comment on agenda items on the agenda. The council gives you 2 minutes to speak on any agenda items. Do not use this form if you want to give a public comment about an item that is not on the agenda. So I know a few people have filled out the form and they didn't really highlight what they wanted to speak about. So please be patient with me if I've asked you what you're speaking on, what item, as well as if you start speaking and I stop you for not speaking on an item that's on the agenda. So I just want to say that in advance. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Pro Tem. I want to say first and foremost, I got 3 items that I want to speak to, and I know it's very difficult, but some of us who are very engaged, we get 5 minutes when we come down here to speak on anything. We get 2 minutes for agenda address and 3 minutes as public comments. I think we just really need to look at that deeply because presentations get 10 minutes, council talk about a lot of things, and the public is really the ones who really be interested, whether you believe it or not, because I get a lot of people in the street who are asking me about things that's going on with the city, and I truly, truly appreciate that, and they like the things that a lot of us who are actively engaged. So just think about it because it's only 5 minutes you have really on the whole agenda for the public to come down and speak. The 3 items that I had some concerns about is basically, I want to say this is the item number 11. We're talking about the bridge. I truly appreciate the fact that we're trying to get this bridge moving forward and trying to get something done because the citizens are very, very concerned about that bridge. I am also. So I'm looking forward to seeing the response and hopefully that we can move forward to getting that bridge corrected. The other one is talking about the block grant dollars. Block grant dollars is something that's very much engaging for the citizens of Pontiac, so you will hear a whole lot about the block grant dollars. And the third one is the housing study. I'm glad to see we get to a point where we're going to move that housing study to at least a point, but that housing study is a major part of master planning. So I want to say I had a chance to go down and meet with 4 people in the department, in different departments today, and I want to commend those people in these departments because I got very good response from the clerk's office, the purchasing office, economic development, and the grant department. These people are working hard for the city. Mayor, you should be really complimenting the fact of the work they're doing, and I want to compliment them because they truly was very helpful to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Richard Watkins, what item?
Good evening, everyone. I just had a comment, just an issue I wanted to bring up.
Okay, sir. Is it on an agenda item? If not, I can put you on to public comment, which is later.
That's fine. I'll wait to the public.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Ryan, is it Hines? Hertz? What item, sir?
The human rights.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi there, everybody. Am I on? Am I good? Ryan Hertz, CEO at Lighthouse on Woodward. Speaking in regard specifically to the source of income discrimination protections that are baked into the Human Rights Ordinance. I just wanted to speak from the perspective of a community leader who serves in sort of all roles that relate to this matter. We both advocate on behalf of tenants and find units for tenants with the landlord community locally, provide rental assistance and supportive services to those tenants. We also own over 500 multifamily rental units where we accept Section 8 vouchers on all of those units and a smattering of single-family homes in the community. So we understand and have experienced sort of all sides of this matter. And I just want to chime in to say two things. One, as someone who's experienced all sides of this matter, I think that's why we need a source of income discrimination protection ordinance at the state level, certainly. But I think that it makes a lot of sense to support that state level effort by committing to something at the local level. And I think that, secondly, what we experience is the reason why. It's the fact that it is hard and there is risk, and discrimination exists often for a perceived reason. It's not arbitrary. And in order for us as a community to be able to serve our community well, and the people who live in this community at the income levels that people are in this community, I think it's important that we don't discriminate as our source of income. And there was a second thing I was going to say, and I have 10 seconds, so I'm probably not going to remember it. Just that it's going to happen likely at the state level anyway, and right now most of our Section 8 vouchers in Oakland County are already in Pontiac, so it's not as if this is going to change demographics dramatically.
Conclude your seconds.
Thank you all.
Mr. Steve Tom Koviak. Tom Koviak.
Thank you. Steve Tom Koviak from the Fair Housing Center, Metropolitan Detroit. Pleased with source of income moving forward. Unfortunately, the exemptions grew from 16 to 21. The two that are the major problems, well, first off, I think the exemptions you had, and this is Section 78-64. The exemptions you had in the original version, there were 16. Those were fine. No need to make any changes on the exemptions. However, I'll just address the exemptions as they are. The first one is exemption 3, 7864 subsection 3, only applies when someone owns 5 or more properties. So that exempts out everybody who owns less than 5. Two problems with this. Basically, what you're saying is they can discriminate based on race, someone's criminal record, someone with a disability, anybody. There is no fair housing protection at all for anybody that owns 5 or more or less than 5 properties. In Detroit, and I have it on our website, I did a study with that same type of exemption that's borrowed from Michigan legislature, which we've opposed. That exempted out 2/3 of all rental properties in Detroit. We have hard numbers on that. Where I see the problem is these kind of exemptions get put in by the other side, if I could put it that way, although I obviously work on both sides. No studies are being done as to how many housing units are being removed from the market with source of income protection, disability protection, you name it. You basically said they can do what they want as long as they don't have 5 properties or more. It's also very complicated. If someone gets turned down because of source of income, I don't know if they're even covered. You have to find, because there's so many LLCs, there's so many different entities, it's almost impossible to see where the coverage applies. So strike 3, 16, shared living arrangements conflicts with federal law. That should also be taken out.
That concludes your time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Natalie Broda.
She's not here.
Okay. Ms. Chris Gilmore Hill, what item? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, sir.
Item 17, the same ordinance.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll be brief, but I also would urge this council to adopt the ordinance that's before you. As others have put it, this is not about totally removing the ability of landlords to make decisions about who rents from them. It's purely about whether those landlords should be able to discriminate against your constituents based purely on their source of income. I think it should be obvious, and I hope it is obvious to a large majority of this council, that that sort of discrimination is not acceptable, and it's not something that you should want in your city. But it should also be clear that, like, as always, discrimination is profitable. If landlords are able to discriminate against some subset of your constituents, they would be willing to if that gets them a bigger payout. That's not some unique evil, that's not some unique character flaw on behalf of your landlords, but it is something that you as elected officials have a duty to stand up against. Now, I know that on many issues like this, it can be tempting as a council to try to find some neutral middle ground, to try to sort of cut in the middle of the road some way. I'd urge that you should not defaults to that instinct on this. This council should not be neutral on matters of discrimination against people in Pontiac for any reason, and especially on issues like this that cut to the heart of racial justice, environmental justice, economic justice in your city. This council should be willing to take an unabashed stand in favor of your constituents, in favor of the people of Pontiac, especially when that means enacting laws that protect their rights and laws that protect the most vulnerable. For that reason, I'm urging this council to adopt the ordinance as presented, and I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Is it Jessica Newman? Yes. What item?
I'm going to keep it very brief. I just want to say I'm here in favor of item 17 as presented. I'm Jessica Newman. I'm actually a resident of Ferndale, formerly a resident of West Bloomfield, neighboring city, but currently a resident and homeowner in a city that has an anti-discrimination for source of income ordinance in place, including making sure that you can't discriminate based on having Section 8 vouchers. I have not seen any spike in the concentration of poverty. I live in a vibrant community where the price of my house has only gone up in the last several years since I've lived there. This ordinance was on the books since, I want to say, 2021. And it's a wonderful, vibrant place to live. I would love to make sure that my neighbors are housed. It makes me feel better about living in a community. I want to know that my city council is making sure that all of their citizens have a place to live. I'm very troubled by the previous presenter's comments that some of the sections that have been added to this ordinance might be running afoul of federal law and not ensure any protections for folks who need ADA compliance, folks who want to have roommates to make sure that they can afford their rent. Housing is a basic human right, and I urge the City Council, just as the person before me, Chris Gilmer-Hill, said, to adopt the ordinance as presented. I think we can all agree that everyone in the city of Pontiac should have a safe place to rest their head. If they have a legal way to pay their rent, there is no reason why a landlord who has the ability to make sure this person is a good person, not going to cause problems, that is something that is allowed under the ordinance as written, should not be able to find a place that is stable and can have a place for their kids to live so they can go to school, and not be scared about where they're going to go and rest their head at the end of the day. I said I would keep it brief, and I have 11 seconds left, but thank you very much for your time, and I support this ordinance as written.
Thank you. Mr. Kurt, is it Sherma? What item? 17. All right, thank you. I have it on there. Yep, okay.
Thank you, Council. I just wanted to come today and thank everyone, Council President McGinnis, for opening up your District 7 meeting to us yesterday to be able to have a forum where we were able to discuss things more in detail regarding the item 17. I want to thank the council members that attended that as well. It was very appreciated by the landlords that were there, and we also wanted to just say that it's my understanding that there's some changes or adaptations, and we're looking forward to hearing those. We're looking forward to the potential of having the ability to work with council on this item going forward and any other additional things that might be coming up. And we want to make sure we're doing this fairly and with you all, and in a way that's going to work good for the city, work good for the tenants, and good for the landlords. So just wanted to thank everybody for allowing us to do that.
Thank you. Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
Fair housing is, of course, important. We live in a city in which some of us still have codicils way back on the deeds that indicated, certain races couldn't live in certain neighborhoods. So we've come a long way, but not only fair housing, but also affordable housing. And I see that this agenda item is going away to recognizing that, but achieving affordable housing and having enough so that you have enough housing for all strata that want to live in the city indicates having a master plan and a vision of how you achieve that. So this is one step, but you got to remember there's other steps to go. Number 18, and I'd like to make sure I include the agenda items in case Mr. Carrington, so you won't harass me about what I'm talking about. But number 18, you've designated this month as Women's History Month. One of the women you're recognizing is Councilwoman Rutherford, who's now on the Women's Extensive of the Michigan Municipal League. Great organization. It actually serves as a lobbying organization for cities like ours that don't have their own lobbyist. I was the vice president of the Michigan Municipal League Board for several years, and so I know the value of that organization. But also, I would like you to know about an event that they're doing at the Pontiac Public Library on March 23rd from 12 to 2, which is also going to be a celebration of women. And I've been asked to be a keynote speaker, so we want a lot of women and others to attend. This is a time where we all help women. I've broken a few glass ceilings myself, but we want to make sure that we raise women up and make sure there is equity in the gender gap as we approach this era. So those are the things I wanted to bring up, and just celebrating all women and Women's History Month this month.
Thank you, Dr. Water. Mr. Chuck Johnson. Ms. Darlene Clark, what item? Okay.
Good afternoon, Council, Administration, and Clerk. Last night I attended a meeting that was conducted by Mr. Mike McGinnis. Mike Goodman had made stipulation as to why he brought this into focus for number 17. But Mr. Goodman, could you please explain to the public like you did last night, which was very well welcome, to how we got to the point in bringing this to the table. A lot of people don't understand the exact what's going on. Understand this is a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword because it can work for you or it can work against you. What Ms. Rutherford made very known last night, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there's 15,000 homeless people. Am I right? 1,500? Yes, 15,000, so thank you for correcting me. 15,000 housing shortage in the city of Pontiac. But understand this as well, double-edged sword. Pontiac is a low income. We'll never be able to fit 15,000 people of homes in this community without falling short of the care that the city has been neglected by. Please understand this as well. In facing a double-edged sword, when we think we're doing good and working for a cause, that cause can also keep you on bended knees. Pontiac is on bended knees. We've been on bended knees for years, since the emergency manager and as of today. Our city is not like it used to be or like it was. So when you go to vote, because we have bad landlords and we have good landlords, we have bad tenants and we have good tenants, and the price of $1 to increase bad housing is not really worth it. So think twice before we decide to get involved in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes agenda address, President McGinnis.
Point of information.
Point of information, yes, ma'am, you have the
Yes,
floor.
I just wanted to clarify, the statement was that there's 15,000 housing shortage in Oakland County and not in the city of Pontiac. So that everybody know what I said, so I don't get misquoted from these people or the administration. Thank you.
All right. We're at number 10 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading of the zoning ordinance map amendment?
So moved.
Support. It's been moved by Councilman Parker, whose district represents this slice of Pontiac heaven we're talking about, seconded by Councilman Nicholson. So this is a zoning ordinance map amendment to amend Appendix B of the Municipal Code of the City of Pontiac, amending Article 2, Section 2.103, zoning map, to change the zoning classifications for a specific parcel on the east side of North Perry Street between Pontiac Road and Giddings Road, subject to the agreed-upon conditions. It would rezone 17.6 acres of parcels 64, 14, 15, 426008, and 64, 14, 15, 426016, and 64, 14, 15, 426022. Those are the parcel identification numbers from R1 which is one family dwelling, to C3 corridor commercial. These ordinance changes require 2 readings at least. So this is the first of at least 2 readings, and that is what's before us. Mayor Greimel, anything further before staff takes it away?
Not much. I think you summarized it well. This is just a conditional rezoning request to rezone property, and the proposed use is a glass production facility. It's on Perry, and I know Mark will get into our planning manager, Yandrick, forgive me, will get into the details. I understand this was recommended from the Planning Commission unanimously with 1 member absent. So take it away, Planning Manager.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So this is a presentation just highlighting what is before you this evening for first reading. This is a request for rezoning from 1 family dwelling district to C3 corridor commercial to permit the reuse of the site for this fabrication facility. The applicant is Contour Windows. I do want to point out they own the properties, the 3 parcels that are involved. This highlights the process. This went to Planning Commission public hearing on February 7th. Tonight is the first reading, and there will be a second reading required, which is tentatively scheduled for next week. 2 points. There was a neighborhood meeting that was held with Councilman Parker on Monday, January 22nd at City Council chambers for the applicant to share the proposal and answer questions. And then also, I just wanted to point out this application required a displayed sign at the site indicating the public hearing for Planning Commission for the rezoning. And this was after City Council adopted the public hearing ordinance on January 3rd. So this was really the first example of this actually taking action and the public really knowing about these cases coming forward. This is a location map along Perry, just to highlight where this is at. Giddings is down here, and Pontiac Road is just to the north of the screen up here. And this is approximately the location that that Perry Street widens from the current configuration of 3 lanes to 4 and 5 lanes up here. This is Galloway Estates, which is a neighborhood development right here. And this lake is part of Galloway Lake and the park, which is on the west and southern sides of the subject property, which is in red. This is identifying the zoning map. Again, this is the subject parcel that is currently R1. Just identifying surrounding parcels. There is R1 for the Galloway Park right here. There's R1A for Galloway Estates. But when you look at Perry, there is C1 adjacent to it, as well as C3 for the car wash. But there's also C3 zoning districts along Perry Street as you go through here. And this is really a function of the high traffic corridor, which allows some more intensive uses because of that traffic to service the needs of this section of town. So I did want to highlight the future land use map. Really along Perry, this is intended to be entrepreneurial, industrial, commercial, and green. The rear section of the property is was slated to be suburban residential, but there has not been any development on that site since this was first proposed. For Galloway Estates to be first proposed back around 2000. So just to highlight the C3 zoning district, this is the proposed zoning district and the uses that could go there. Mixed use, bakeries, banks, bars, business service establishments, funeral homes, galleries, offices, personal service establishments, places of assembly, restaurants, small and medium retail, assisted living, cultural, municipal uses. So the list is up there. And there are some additional things that a future applicant could apply for a special event or special exception permit, by Planning Commission. And that would be automobile services, unlimited outdoor retail, packaged alcoholic beverage retail, movie and television production facilities, things like that. So this would require Planning Commission approval for these items. For the R1 district that is currently there, it really is restricted to single-family residential homes. There are a few ancillary uses that could go in this zoning district, including a licensed residential estate, licensed residential facility, a community center building, a minor utility park, urban agriculture, beekeeping, and community gardens. but there has not been any interest in developing these properties over the last 25 years. And there are some additional things listed up there that could be for under a special exception permit. So looking at the existing Perry Avenue site, this is just giving orientation to the location. So this is the car wash that is C3, and the subject property would be over here on the left side of Perry Street right here. And then coming from the south, looking north, the subject property would be, I believe this is from Giddings, but this would be on the right over here. So as you can tell, this is mainly wooded, and there's not a lot of development at the moment for the parcel. There are not as many trees when you get farther back in the property closer to the lake. And as a whole, just to overview, R1 is less permissive than C3. C3 is intended to provide a mixture of wide range of uses focused on retail, service, commercial, office, light industrial, as we have discussed. I did want to point out just a few differences having to do with the setbacks and lot area. Really, there are less dimensional requirements with the C3. There is a minimum square foot lot area of 6,000 and front yard setbacks of 0 to 10 feet, a side yard setback of 5 to 10 feet, and a rear setback of 20 feet. So it is much different than the R1 zoning district allows. But I do want to highlight what is up here really is negated by some of the conditions that the applicant has offered as part of this conditional rezoning. So I will get to that in a moment. So this is a concept site plan, and Perry Street is right here, Galloway Park is down here, and Galloway Estates is up here, and then this is the car wash right here. So in no way, shape, or form is City Council approving a site plan, but this helps you understand what is being proposed. This is the roughly 150,000 square foot building, and again, that could come down in size. There needs to be a lot of zoning regulations in the site plan process that needs to be figured out. But this is the overall layout that is being intended. The applicant can speak about the business operations that he's looking to have here, but there is a small truck facility in the front, small truck facility in the back, and the applicant has offered some conditions for the facade of this building facing Galloway Lake Park. There also is additional buffering that the applicant has provided, a minimum of 100 feet between the building and the Galloway Estates neighborhood, as well as a 30-foot buffer between the parking and the Galloway Estates neighborhood that would allow for mounding and also some increased landscaping. These are the conditions that have been offered by the applicant. Number one, the property shall not be used to sale, grow, storage, transport, process, or manufacture marijuana or marijuana products, pet boarding facilities, community service facilities, or any lodging use. So this would stay, if this was approved, it would stay with the property and would really protect if there were any changes to the adult use marijuana ordinance, whether it be now, 10 years from now, it would stay with the property permanently. Now, there are 5 site plan conditions that they have offered, and just to recap them. Number one, the building setback from the Galloway Estates property shall be 100 feet. B, the buffer distance between the Galloway Estates and the property shall be 30 feet wide. C, the required landscaping abutting Galloway Estates shall exceed the requirements of the zoning ordinance by no less than 50%. So if you're required over of 100 feet to have 3 trees, you would be required actually to have 4.5 trees as an example. So we would work that out at the site plan process. For D, a 4-foot berm shall be constructed on the side of the property which abuts Galloway Lake Estates. And E, the facade facing Galloway Lake Park and facing Galloway Lake Estates shall be comprised of no less than 16% windows. Now, the third condition is contour windows shall not be entitled to use Pool Road for ingress or egress with the exception of emergency or fire access. And this is something really from a safety measure, that there's a knockbox that really it's only in the case of an emergency that the fire department would be going through that gate. That gate would be the responsibility of the applicant to build, but it would not be for public access for anyone from the neighborhood to go through the business to exit onto Perry Road, or from anyone from the business or their employees or the trucks would not be able to go through Galloway Estates. If approved by City Council, this signed agreement would be recorded on the parcels. By state law, the applicant has 2 years to begin construction, otherwise the zoning district reverts back to the R1 zoning. And the applicant revised the condition for windows facing Galloway Park since Planning Commission that 16% of the facade will be covered by windows. This volunteered condition is an enhancement that will add aesthetic value to the park as opposed to just seeing a blank facade. The windows really will provide a visual appeal, but also prevent a lot of massing on a wall, and that's something we encourage with architecture in the city. So, and it's beyond what is required from our code because Galloway Lake Park is the side that faces the park is not a front facade along a public street. So that's why this condition is very helpful because a lot of people in the future will be visiting the park is that we're making enhancements. So we see this as a big positive. There are 10 standards of approval for any rezoning at the city, just related to the master plan, the overall compatibility of the site, the reasonable return on investment. There is a full analysis within the staff report, and I will really be there. If there's any question about any of these 10, I'd be happy to go through those. Planning Commission's recommendation of this zoning amendment was approval, 6-0 with the conditions offered by the applicant. So that is my presentation. I'd be happy to entertain any questions of City Council, and the applicant is here eager to address you if you have any questions. Thank you.
All right, so since the applicant is here and the applicant initiated, this is their property they own, and they're requesting that we, the city, approve the updated use of the land. Let's give the floor to the applicant with Contour Windows to introduce themselves, and then we can field questions and deliberations from there. Again, this is the first reading. This will come back at least one more time before City Council. Welcome, and feel free to introduce yourself.
Good evening. David Dedvukai, Contour Companies, 40950 Woodward Avenue, Bloomfield Hills.
All right, you want to share what your vision is for the property? Why do you seek this rezoning?
So I think Mark gave a great presentation. Like he said, we own the property. We've owned it for some years now. We've gone back and forth with the neighbors at Galloway Lake. We have an existing facility in Auburn Hills, which is just about 80,000 square feet, and we've increased our business, and our capacity is limited right now. So we're looking to build a new facility here in Pontiac, one that would create more jobs. As Mark mentioned, we've agreed to many conditions because we understand that people want a beautiful building. The neighbors around us want something to look good at, and at the same time, we want to be good neighbors for everybody in the city.
Very good. Before I turn over for questions, I just want to share for the community, you can see their existing facility right now on Auburn Road. It's just outside the Pontiac city limits on the Auburn Hills side, very close to existing residential neighborhood. So you'll be able to see firsthand how it has not, or interact with, it is not a hindrance or a burden in terms of noise, in terms of toxins, in terms of quality of life hindrance. So that's helpful that we very closely can see the proof in your existing pudding, how that's been working. Councilman Parker represents the area of the land in question, and thank you for working with Councilman Parker on facilitating a community meeting early before you even went to the Planning Commission. I think there's a lot of value in that, and I think it's a best practice. Councilman Parker, anything further you'd like to share or questions?
Well, just a few. I just want to say thank you again for coming, and thank you for the meeting that we had. And I also want to thank you for agreeing to the conditions that the residents, when they came to the meeting, addressed and the concerns that they had. And I believe most of those have been met with your conditional rezoning that you're asking for. Also, as I've talked with some of the Galloway Association members and owners and officers, they certainly support what you're doing, pursuant to you doing exactly what you said you was going to do. So I think this is something that we can hopefully approve.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington, followed by Councilwoman James.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Just a quick question. What are you, actually windows, right? I'm just trying to understand the whole it's a
Yes.
factory for windows?
Yeah, it's a light manufacturing building for vinyl windows.
Okay. And the excess glass, what, are you hauling that away? Or?
So essentially everything that comes out of there gets recycled and reused. So excess glass, vinyl extrusions, that all gets reused over and over again.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman James.
Yeah,
Microphone.
I have a question about the side that's facing the park. There were you offered some things to add windows to that side to make it more attractive. But what's going to be happening in that parking lot? Will there be storage, anything going on?
No, we have loading docks in the back, a few up front, and mostly employee parking in the back.
Okay.
Councilman Rutherford.
2 questions. Good evening. Before we vote on this, are you accountable with letting any of the council come and actually see your facility for themselves?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Number 2, what's the exact amount of jobs you're actually offering, and or are you interested in partnering with other organizations that need to get placement for our young men and young women who currently can't find employment anywhere else in the city?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now we have about 96 employees, and about 80 of them are Pontiac residents.
Cool.
And to follow up on her question, is your vision that a larger facility would need larger staffing?
Correct.
What's your vision for that in the coming
Probably
years?
over 200.
So, okay, my last question, just so I'm clear. You get the building, you got 86 of them are Pontiac employees. What will be your process to getting the best of the best? Are you going to partner with the school district? Are you going to partner with TEC? Are you going to partner? The reason why I'm asking this is because I'm all for businesses coming here, and I'm all for people saying they're going to give out jobs, but people have a tendency to say they're going to do stuff. And then once they get approved, there's no follow-through. And I'm a follow-through person. So is it in writing where you're saying we're going to give this amount? We can't force you to do anything, but you are giving accommodations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So my question is very simply, how does one go through the process, if we are to approve this, to ensure that you keep your end of the bargain and giving high-paying jobs, $17, $18 an hour, which is living wage in the city of Pontiac?
Yeah, so again, 80-plus residents that live in Pontiac have applied, have gone through training, and have worked their way up from entry level to managerial roles, and we'd be happy to have that discussion as things further along for us.
Okay. That's all I want to know for now. Thank
Do you currently have vacancies at your Auburn Hills location where you'd like community members to follow up or pursue?
If this does get approved and goes through, it'd be a perfect opportunity now to start the transition from, the need for that double workforce. It'd be a great opportunity now.
But you're at full capacity at your Auburn Hills?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for being receptive if council members want to see your current, albeit smaller footprint.
And it makes lots of sense to your point earlier, because we do have an existing community around us, and between the smell and everything else that's there, it's non-existent. So we haven't had any issues in the 5 years we've been there.
Thank you. Councilman Parker?
And I thank you, because before we had the meeting, myself and some of the other leaders in the community, matter of fact, I brought some engineers around and looked at your facility, and I then came back after you wouldn't know that I was there to look at it, make sure you didn't just clean it up while I was there. And I've always found that area to be clean, looks neat, trash is handled appropriately, even at the location that you are right now. And I do recall even then we had the discussion about making sure that there was some upward mobility in regards to the people that you were hiring in the facility, which I was assured that you would do. And I believe we even had a discussion about including some workforce development processes in that piece of, as you look at building that process. I think I did. I'm sure I did, because I always do ask about workforce development. So again, I thank you for your transparency and discussion with us. One of our liaisons with James with us when we toured that area. So I'm still, as I said, I toured it when you invited me, and I toured it after you didn't know I was there, and I found it to look like a safe place. And I'm really certainly cautiously optimistic as to what you say you're going to do, and to make it an appealing place from the Perry Street process, as well as from the Galloway Lake process, as well as from the Galloway Estates process, is all the things that you said that you could do to make sure that it was a visually pleasing area that employed people and gave them a good wage to live. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford?
One more for the road. Where can we see the accommodations? And this is just Mr. Mark. If you could, Mr. Yard, could you come back up here, please? Where can we see the list of the accommodations that this gentleman has provided?
The conditional rezoning is in the packet, and that is listed out in your packet and on the presentation here. So.
The reason why I'm asking is I think it's important for the citizens to see exactly what he's willing to do, because oftentimes we hear about it, but visual works when you do that. Don't you agree?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that's worth pointing out. This applicant, who already owns the land, came to the city and said, I'd like to be able to use the land for a use that's not currently allowed. and here's all the different stipulations I'm willing to put on myself to make this more harmonious with the existing life that's happening, the residents, the businesses, the park, the lake. There's a lot going on in that slice of Pontiac heaven, and I just want to commend you and share that. And so for other applicants in the future, that is something that is obviously noted, that if it's just a straight rezoning, it doesn't have as many safeguards or protections to make sure it can go stand the test of time. So I just want to recognize the applicant because that it legally must be volunteered by him, and he did that, and it's very noteworthy because it wasn't small stuff. This is substantial stuff that will definitely impact how the site works for those that live nearby or pass by. Any final discussion on this first reading?
Good job, young man.
I'm not that young, thank you.
Anything further? With that, hearing nothing further, that concludes the speakers list. We're now at the roll call on the vote to adopt the first reading, the resolution showing that it's been read for a first time, and we'll be back very soon, likely next week, but there might be further work that needs to be done, but at a very near future, that second reading will be considered by the City Council. Any final questions you have for us?
No.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Roll call on that first reading vote. Clerk Doyle.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. It's been read by a first time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're at number 11. Is there a motion to adopt resolution number 11?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker and seconded by Councilman Rutherford. We are now at the City of Pontiac resolution commending federal funding for the City of Pontiac Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard Bridge Replacement Project.
My God.
And here it is. Whereas the City of Pontiac, Michigan has a substantial infrastructure project need with the replacement of the Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard Bridge, which has been closed to vehicular traffic and pedestrians for safety reasons since the summer of 2022. And whereas the city was approved for $10 million in state funding through the Michigan Department of Transportation, with the Pontiac City Council voting to approve the contract with the state for that funding at the March 5th, 2024 City Council meeting. So last week we approved that contract to let the state dollars flow of $10 million. And whereas the city has repeatedly expressed our gratitude to State Representative Brenda Carter, State Senator Jeremy Moss, State Speaker of the House Joe Tate, State Senate Leader Winnie Brinks, and Governor Gretchen Whitmer for their work and approval in making that state funding possible. And whereas Congresswoman Haley Stevens, who represents Pontiac in the United States House of Representatives, has been steadfast in advocating for federal funding to cover the remaining bulk of costs for the vitally important bridge reconstruction project, and she formally requested $4,116,279 in funding as a community project request. And whereas, after her persistent and ongoing pursuit of federal funding, the U.S. House and U.S. Senate have passed appropriation bills that include that community project funding for the bridge reconstruction project, and President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, has signed that appropriations legislation into law on Saturday. So on March 9th, 2024, it is now law, and those funding is formally approved. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Pontiac City Council commends the federal government for investing $4,116,279 in federal funding for the City of Pontiac Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard Bridge Replacement Project, and further resolved, the City Council expresses the deep gratitude on behalf of all Pontiac residents to our Congresswoman Haley Stevens for requesting that crucial funding, advocating for its passage, and working hard to partner with our city on this and other priorities to serve the citizens of Pontiac. So that's the resolution that's before us, a big deal and a big major step. And so I see a hand from Councilman Rutherford, Pro Tem Carrington, Mayor Grimal.
I remember being told I'm betting on the wrong horse when I supported Haley Stevens. Man, am I so glad I did. This is a fighter for this city and this community. And when I said she talks the talk and walk the walk, and I can say that because every time you call Haley, even if she can't do it, she's real enough to say, I can't do this, but I can do that. And so we need to stand by and support people who support the city of Pontiac and not just when it's elections. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. This is for the administration. So is it a timetable for you to receiving these federal funds?
Mayor Grimal, you have the floor to speak on that and more broadly.
Yeah, so that's one of the things I wanted to say. I want to answer the question, but I do want to just really celebrate this. This is a big deal. Congresswoman Stevens deserves a ton of credit for this. This is really, really important, and I'm really grateful to the Congresswoman for her hard work on this. I want to just add a few things here to further compliment Congresswoman Stevens. She had been saying for a long time that we were going to get at least $3.5 million. And she ended up getting $4.1 million. And that says a lot of things because we were really happy with the $3.5 million. And a lot of elected officials might have just said, okay, well, they're happy with $3.5 million. You know, I can advocate for the rest of this to go somewhere else. And the fact that she kept fighting and got even more dollars than she initially indicated, I think really speaks highly of Congresswoman Stevens. And as we have said for a long time, the estimated cost of this project is $12 to $15 million. We got $10 million from the state. We've now signed that agreement with the state. We talked about that in the past week or two. We always knew we needed some additional dollars, but we already started getting things rolling with design and engineering based on that $10 million agreement being signed with the state. But we know we're going to need more, and so this is going to be a really important addition when the time comes. And that's a good segue to answer the question that was posed by Pro Tem Carrington, because as I've said again in the past, the design and engineering phase of this is going to take at least a year. And obviously the $10 million is more than enough to cover that. The design and engineering is not going to cost anywhere close to the $10 million. It will take a while for us to get this additional $4.1 million from the federal government. Based on past experience, it'll probably take us about a year just to get this money from the federal government. But that's okay because we've got enough to do the design and engineering, and we're not going to be ready to spend more than that until about a year from now anyway. So the timing of this actually lines up really well for us. And again, I really want to thank Congresswoman Haley Stevens.
Follow-up, Pro Tem?
Yes, and a follow-up concerning some of the things. So are you suggesting, how much you projecting that the design of the bridge will cost?
We had some quotes lined up, but were advised by, and wisely advised by our grants department and our city engineer that we should pause moving forward with design and engineering until we get this signed agreement from the state so that we don't jeopardize the funding from the state. That was good advice. We've heard that from some other folks as well. Now that we have these signed agreement with the state, we really need to get an update in terms of the bids from the engineering firms because those bids have gone stale. That was well over 6 months ago that we got some price quotes from them. So we're now in the process of doing that ever since signing the agreement with the state last week. So I don't want to prejudge or predict what the new prices will be. Obviously, there's been cost inflation since then, but I think it's fair to say that probably the design and engineering phase alone is going to cost at least $1 million. Okay.
And my final question, and thank you for answering that, is concerning, I know I had mentioned earlier about getting some kind of number, some kind of temporary fix of that particular bridge temporarily because it seems this is probably 2 or 3 years away from completion.
Yeah, so as we've discussed before, I think it's fair to say at least 2 years away from completion because the design and engineering phase is going to take a year, and then the construction is going to take at least a year, and the construction work will have to be bid out between those two phases. So the design and engineering takes at least a year. Then we take those design and engineered plans, we go out to bid. Then we hire a construction firm. Then it takes them roughly a year to actually do the demolition, do the construction. So I think it is fair to say that it'll be at least 2 years. Before any of that construction on the new bridge can take place, they have to first demolish what's there. And so we can certainly look, and we are actually working to update a quote about what a temporary solution would cost. But that temporary solution may itself cost $1 million and would really only be good for a year before it has to be demolished to make good for the new construction of the bridge. But we can certainly get that updated number to you, Pro Tem. I have had this conversation with the city engineer, and we are working on an estimate for you.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Further discussion on the matter? I do want to celebrate the grants and philanthropy staff for of the city of Pontiac. There's a lot of work and demand placed on them and the engineering team and others that got to this point. A congressperson and the United States House of Representatives and the United States Senate and the President of the United States would not authorize this funding to come to us if we were just saying, how about this concept, throw a number at the wall. There was a lot of work that went into that for this to be an even viable request. So I want to thank the Grants and Philanthropy team for all the work that they have done, but also the more work that'll come, because with big money comes big strings in terms of compliance and reporting and making sure that everything is detailed and specific and different wage requirements, et cetera. There are strings that are tied to it, but we're willing to jump through the hoops we need to get this result for the people of Pontiac. It's a big, big deal. And when I had the agenda approved on Friday, all I knew is that the House had just within hours had voted on it when I was finalizing the agenda. Since that, the U.S. Senate voted, the President signed it, and it's now law. So the big developments just in the last few days and hours, if you will, on this important, crucial federal funding. And there are a lot of different cities in America, and there's even a lot of cities in Oakland County. Of the 14 projects that Congresswoman Stevens requested, we were by far the largest amount, by millions. So we were in the 4.2 million range. I think the next one might have been 1 million or so, and a lot of other a few 100,000. So this was the largest request that she put in by far, and we're really grateful because it paid off. It bore results, so we can move forward. Many, many needs that we have as a city, but it's pretty impressive that we have been able to expand the pool of funds to be able to make this happen. Because there are some communities that they got bridges that are deteriorating, they got bridges that are sitting there closed, but thank God that this is the one. And Mayor Greimel, thank you for advocating consistently. There are many city council members that put it in the Congresswoman's ear often about how priority it was, and many residents I know called as well. So here you are. This is for all of us. This is results.
Yeah, it was definitely a team effort with a lot of us up here talking with the Congresswoman about it. The one thing I did want to say, because I'm sure there are some members of the audience asking, well, hey, what's taking so long? We've been hearing about this effort at the federal level for so long. What took so long is that the federal government was supposed to pass the budget way back in September at the latest. And the problem has been that they've been passing these temporary Band-Aid continuance resolutions, barely keeping the government functioning, and never passed an actual budget until just last week. And so we started getting word that, hey, that looks like it's actually starting to move. And I called the Congresswoman last Wednesday, and she picked up and said, hey, I think it's going to pass out of the House today. And then she texted me late that night to let me know that it had passed out. And so, again, that's not just because of my efforts. That was a team effort with everybody up here. And, again, it's a great example of what we can do together when we work together.
Yay, Haley Stevens.
Any final discussion on the resolution before us? Again, it's the resolution commending the federal funding and is acknowledging Congresswoman Haley Stevens' work for requesting that crucial community project funding, $4,116,279. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle, and adoption of the resolution.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Absolutely.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at number 12. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Support. It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. This is the resolution to approve the sale of city-owned property at the former Kennett Road landfill and authorize the entering into the purchase agreement and development agreement. I'll read it. Whereas the Economic Development Division seeks to sell the vacant city-owned parcel commonly known as the Kennett Road landfill in accordance with Section 3.113 of the Pontiac Home Rule Charter, and whereas the Kennett Road landfill is a 74-acre property with parcel number 14-18-301002, and whereas Pontiac Park, a limited liability company to be formed, has agreed to purchase the property for $500,000.00. And whereas a public hearing on the sale of this parcel was authorized by the Pontiac City Council and held on December 19th, 2023, and whereas the parcel will be developed into a new industrial complex focused on the semiconductor supply chain and Project Lift, a youth training facility, and whereas the project must be completed within 3 years of the execution of the purchase and development agreements, or the property will revert to the City of Pontiac, and whereas the purchaser will provide the City of Pontiac with all environmental studies, and whereas an agreed-upon number of construction jobs and youth training numbers will be offered to Pontiac residents, now therefore be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council hereby approves the sale of Kennett Road landfill, parcel number 14-18-301002, and be it further resolved that the City Council authorizes the mayor or the mayor's designee to execute purchase and development agreements, including but not limited to the terms provided herein. So that's the resolution before us. Mayor Grimo, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. This is a really big deal. This is great news. This is the Kennett Road landfill site, which has been sitting fallow for many decades. It's not an easy site to redevelop because being a former landfill, as you would expect, there are some issues in terms of the quality of the soil. But we are really excited about this development. Yes, we are selling this, and the city is generating some revenue as a result, but even more importantly, this is bringing jobs and economic activity to the city, as well as a training center that will help make sure that more of our residents are prepared for the jobs of the future. It's not the only training center here. We welcome all of those who are working on doing workforce development and training in the city, but this is another example of a major investment in the city on workforce development that'll help ensure that more of our residents share in our common prosperity as we move the city forward. So we're really excited about this. I want to thank and commend our economic development manager, Deborah Younger, for her hard work on this over many months. And with that, I'll allow her to take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. I want to briefly go through a presentation. The Tabi Company, who is the developer, is here with us if you have additional questions. The vision for this site is Pontiac Park. And if I can get the clicker working. So first, I want to talk briefly about the developer, the Tabi family of companies and Aspen Realty. The Tabi Company is located in Bloomfield Hills. Frank Tabi is the president and primary owner. Brad is the chief operating officer. He is here tonight. They're Oakland County residents. There are a total of 9 companies with 70-plus years experience. Aspen Realty is the real estate development arm of the company. They have currently 4 manufacturing sites that they've constructed for this company. They've done lots of renovation work on single-family residential projects. The Tabi Company has a strong financial background, in good standing, and no history of bankruptcy. Always a good thing. So what is the vision for this site? It's a vibrant, holistic community. I predicate this with saying that the vision is large. It will be predicated by, in fact, the environmentals. What we are committing to today is Project Lift and an industrial complex. The other things that are identified for phases 3 and 4 will happen if, in fact, the environmentals let us. We don't know yet because it's a former landfill site. But minimally, the developer is committing today to develop Project Lift and their industrial commercial facility on this site. We believe from the past environmentals that have been conducted on this site, we can at least achieve those 2 things. If there's more buildable land, then we will build out this vision for the Pontiac Park. So what that vision is affordable workforce and market rate apartments, home ownership townhouses, retail, Project Lift, which is the thing that we're committing to today. The construction for the project, for Project Lift, will be committed to local hiring. We've already started the discussions on how we'll go about making sure the local residents are part of this job. There will be job creation goals and commitments. The developer has committed to having community engagement, commitments, and meetings with the community, surrounding community. We're going to work about public transportation accessibility. There'll be green space. And again, future developments that will, if the site is amenable, we'll be able to do other things such as preschool and other educational things. Wrong way. So what we're planning, the master plan for the whole site, again, this is predicated on if the environmental support it. The first phase would be to focus on Project Lift headquarters. This is a workforce development and youth training program that Project Lift is in 4 locations already currently in Florida. They want to expand to Michigan. This would be the first of Project Lift in Michigan. The second phase would be the industrial complex that will focus on supply chain manufacturing for chip manufacturing. In particular, it's the chemicals that support chip manufacturing. The third phase, if the site is buildable, would be the residential and retail. And the fourth phase would look at an educational campus. So again, the first phase, Project Lift, it's a vocational training. One of the things that is special about Project Lift is that they have on site and a part of the curriculum mental health and substance abuse treatment daily. There's job readiness and employment. It's held in a family atmosphere. They typically run 2 shifts. The youth that participate are fed. They have counseling every day, and then they have vocational training. And just to look at some of their things, from looking at their past facilities, on average it costs about $209 a day for juvenile detention. Project Lift is able to do it for about $21 a day. Of the people that have received services in the other projects, 88% of them have found employment. There has been less than 84% have gone on. There's not been only 60% recidivism. So that's, again, those are results in Florida, but we hope to replicate them here. And again, Frank Tauby will be leading Project Lift. This is part of the philanthropic part of the Tauby company. It's Project Lift. They'll be contributing to the development of this project from the Tauby family resources, as well as they've already begun soliciting foundation and other support here in Michigan for the Project Lift facility. The second thing is the Trace 02. This is a supply chain manufacturer for the chemicals that support chip manufacturing. It is a 100% clean facility. There has been 0 emissions or wastewater in the past, and they commit to that at this site. So in sum, that is what we're proposing for this site. Again, we're proposing the development of Project Lift and 1 manufacturing facility. If in fact the site proves to be buildable, we envision that the environmentals will take at least 6 months to determine. We've determined that there'll probably need to be a minimum of 200 soil borings because the site is so big. So the soil borings tell you where you have to study. So the good news is if we believe what past environmental reports that we've had, albeit they're old, some of them 20 years old, that it's possible to build the first 2 projects, which is Project Lift and the industrial manufacturing site. If other things are buildable, they do envision building out the whole 74 acres. We'll have to tell us the environmentals dictate what we can do. But we believe that there's enough buildable space to build those first 2 projects. Again, if for whatever reason the projects can't move forward, the developer is paying for the environmentals out of their own pocket. The city, as part of our development agreement, will be a owner of those environmentals as well as the Tauby company, so that if we need to do something else on that site, at least we'll have the benefit of the environmental studies. So with that, I conclude my presentation and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much for all the Thank you very much for all the work you put into this. So we're talking about 74 acres. The city currently owns it. It was a landfill, a city landfill, but is dormant for decades. Is
Correct.
that a fair
That is correct.
assessment? And that if within 3 years of the execution of the purchase and development agreements, the project parameters as agreed to, if it doesn't happen, that the property will revert to the city of Pontiac, plus the ownership of those environmentals regardless.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that summary. I think there was a first hand from Councilman Rutherford, Pro Tem Carrington, Councilman Parker, Councilwoman James. Rutherford's on deck.
Good evening.
Good evening.
3 questions, just need 3 answers. Number 1, what was the vote on this with planning when this came before planning?
This has not gone to site plan review yet. This is begin with the acquisition and sale. Part of the development agreement, they will have to get the approvals, site plan, and all of this. This is beginning. Typically, the owner comes to us when they own the land. In this case, we own it. So before they go to Plan Commission, they would have to first obtain ownership of the site.
In your question, number 2, good answer. In your humble opinion, has anyone been adequately coming after this acre of land? Because the reason why I'm asking you is this. The first thing we'll be told is that we're selling off our assets. Not like for people to have real transparency. So if you could just break it down for the little people at home and everybody in the room, has anybody else been pursuing this land that has not been used in several decades?
And when we did an RFP requesting proposals, we did have another bidder. The bidder was much lower. We even tried to see if we could accommodate them with this project, with the winning bidder, and we weren't able to come to a deal that satisfied both of the current applicant as well as the other person who bid. But we sent out, I sent this out, I emailed people, I went through my contact list. We got two proposals. I probably sent out at least 100 notices to people that I thought might have some interest. And before that, we've not had any interest in this site.
And last, because I like detail, I'm a devil for details. Exactly how many, approximately, not committee, I want a number, has this organization committed to actually giving jobs? That's important.
We anticipate, depending on how much is buildable, 100 to 200 jobs.
All right, that's all I need.
Thank you, Devil, for details, Councilman Rutherford. Next up, Pro Tem Carrington.
Thank you, President McGinnis. You actually answered one question about previous evaluations of the property, and also Councilwoman Rutherford took my thunder as well. But so the first 2 phases, I definitely can see those happening. But the third phase, I'm kind of, is that a wish list and a hope for? Because basically, I don't see that happening based on the prior conversations that's been happening around this particular property. So again, is this something that we're hoping to happen?
We hope, and let me say this, the Taubie company has the financial wherewithal and the acumen to develop it. What determines whether this is a hope or a dream are the environmentals.
Yes,
definitely. If the environmentals bear out, I believe that they will make their best efforts to go forward with the pretty part of the pictures. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman James. Oh, I'm sorry, it was Councilman Parker, then followed by Councilman James.
Thank you. Is the owner here?
Yes, he is.
May I?
Hopeful owner. How are you? I'm Brad Taubie.
Thank you. My first question is, what made you decide to select that particular parcel?
We actually saw the request for proposals, is that the right, the RFP from the city. There was a public listing for it, is how we came about it. Prior to that, we live nearby, driven past it a million times, but before that, didn't know it was out there.
Okay. Have you had any conversation with the TDC or any other workforce development companies at Pontiac?
We have not yet.
Okay, let me introduce you to Carlton Jones. You probably need to have a conversation with him, because one of the things we certainly want to keep ever before us is that we want to develop people in Pontiac.
Correct.
To be able to run those facilities if possible. And I'm sure Mr. Carlton Jones can assist you with that process. That's my second question. My third question is, you talked about the third phase of this, doing some mental health and social issues. Have you talked with some of the stakeholders of that for the community to help you be able to drive that?
We have not yet, but are eager to do so. Our goal is to break ground, get the headquarters set up at Project Lift, and to talk a little bit more about what they do. They primarily focused on at-risk youth. So what options do they have and where can they go? The program takes 2 shifts, a morning through evening or after school beyond. The goal for the first year is to get 150 students through that. Each location does general, like HVAC, welding, electrical, to do those skills. And then based on where the Project Lift location is, they usually focus on 2 additional skills. One that we're working on right now is with FANUC robotics. You know, there's hundreds of them at the Amazon facility down the road. The goal is to, give these kids a skill like robotic programming. If you can come in there with that kind of knowledge to obtain, a good paying job, that's our goal.
Okay. And from approval to shovel in the ground, how long do you think that'll be?
So as Deborah mentioned, the environmentals, we already have all the companies ready to go. So that'll begin on day 1. It could take up to 6 months to get it back. We kind of have an idea of the layout, which we've started to propose because there's an intersection of Telegraph across from the Dixie flea market, kind of starting on that corner with the Project Lift facility. But we got to figure out what's underneath it. The concern is if the trash, when it goes away, leaves space. And what can you, how heavy of a building can you build on each actual parcel is what we have to figure out.
And my last question, you talked about the processes that you're talking about putting there will bring additional chemicals into it, and will that affect the chemicals that's already there?
Yeah, so we have, and as the previous gentleman mentioned, we have a facility in Auburn Hills, that building there. You guys are very welcome to come and see it, but there's no emissions to the air, no emissions to the water, nothing goes down the drain. It's a very, very clean process. Any waste is picked up by a waste management company. So there would be no pollution risk there. And the other piece is, over the past year, as we've been going through this, we applied independently with the federal government on the CHIPS Act to try to see if we can. Our goal is, we've been doing this for 15 years for the semiconductor industry, is to see, can we get more people to come here? And they're trying to build these clusters. So we've applied, at the beginning phases, you didn't have to have full commitment from municipalities yet, but we're hoping that we get past this first round and can see what else we can do in terms of how large this semiconductor supply area can become.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman James.
Yeah, my first question was answered. The question was because we had such little information about the business, the manufacturing business that you wanted to start. I wanted to make sure that if we approve this, that you would still be required to submit site plans to planning, and so we would get another chance to look a little closer at the business model and what you guys actually plan to do there. So that's already been answered. Yeah, I think that's all I got.
Thank you. These are all very good questions. I'm learning a lot, Councilman Rutherford.
All right. You get this facility.
Yep.
You get approved. Follow me down the rabbit hole.
I'm with you.
You ready for it?
I'm ready.
It's going to be easy.
Okay.
Where are you getting these kids from?
So we've actually been trying to work with Deborah as we've been introduced to this circle, and I think, Councilman Parker was bringing up, we're hoping to get guidance from you as well as to what resources in the city we should begin to pull from.
And the reason why I'm asking this question is because, we have at-risk youth in Pontiac, but there's at-risk youth in Bloomfield.
Sure.
There's definitely at-risk youth in Lake Orion.
Sure.
In Oxford, in West Bloomfield. So I don't want it to be limited just to our children that may not know their direction. I want y'all to go after everybody and their mama's kids too, because what I want is a gumbo, if you will, of a mixture of children that needs direction. So don't just go after us, go after everybody. It's Waterford, Westland, Wayne, all of them. That's it.
Fair enough.
Well, Project Lift does have a track record in another state.
Correct.
I recall in that when there was a public hearing, there was definitely a relationship with the district court system or the local court system,
Correct.
that sort of, at least in that instance.
That's one of their paths to guide use is some of the judges will, as opposed to saying juvenile detention, if you sign up with this program and stay involved in it, that's a form of rehabilitation.
Yeah, to Councilman Rutherford's point, I mean, you have great benefit to being so close to the Oakland County campus, since we're the county seat.
Right.
So, and that obviously services all 61 municipalities, including the baddies in Lake Orion. I didn't mean to laugh. That just that hit me funny. But this is currently city-owned land. It would become privately owned land with your proposal that you'd be pursuing once you own the land, if that is approved by the city council. Are you intending for this project to be seeking any abatements or tax credits or other type of action that would require further city council or administrative decision? What's the landscape there?
So on the project lift front, which is the very first project, there would be none. That project would begin as soon as we got, again, as soon as we were able to fully purchase the land after the environmental, we would break, to the question earlier, we'd break ground right away. We're eager and excited to get started on that. The semiconductor landscape, the only piece I can think of right now is, it is a Brownsfield with the previous landfill.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of work that we've already begun, networking to say let's assume the worst, and there is a lot of problem there. That doesn't necessarily mean we won't proceed, but that means we're working with Oakland County and other private firms that go after government funding to then clean it up. So that's all I can really see at this time in terms of how that flows down to the city level.
Can I jump on for a minute, just because in anticipation of this, I have begun to have some early conversations with Eagle. Of course, it's not a project yet. We don't know what it will look like, but there's an opportunity to apply for funding through Eagle, and I've had some preliminary conversations. Of course, we don't have the environmentals, but I've put it on their radar that we're looking to redevelop the site. There may be potential, and what is the potential that we might be able to get some assistance to help clean up the site as we proceed. Again, it's too preliminary, but again, I have reached out to Eagle with regard to this project.
I was impressed, Mr. Talby, that you shared about the CHIPS Act. So that was something that Congresswoman Haley Stevens was a big advocate for, and I believe our current president, one of his accomplishments. So I'm glad to hear there's a Pontiac benefit to some of these, things you read about in the nursepaper with
We're
federal
hoping they don't
legislation.
forget about, in the big scheme of them, we're the little guys compared to the Intels and the others. So hope that it's still being shaped right now, to be honest, of how this process is actually going to work. But we're in the game and hoping that it goes well.
Well, I'm glad you're pursuing the opportunities as they exist. Council Pro Tem.
Just my final question. This question's for Ms. Younger. I know one of the conditions that this returns back to the city at 3 years if this a project is not completed. Is that just based on stage 1, stage 2?
Right now, it's based on stage 1 and 2.
Stage 1 and 2, okay.
Right.
So if they don't have stage 1 and 2 done within 3 years, it comes back to the city.
Right, and we may have to, once we see what the environmentals are, we may have to renegotiate, but that's where we are today. Because cleanup, the environmentals could take six months to get the reports. Environmentals could take a year to clean up. So we may have to come back and renegotiate, but today, that's where we're at, without having the environmentals.
Yes.
And on that related note, obviously there's a purchase price of $500,000. Is there any strings on that where if something is determined where that would be refunded?
No, we started out with a much higher acquisition cost, and as we got into reviewing the environmental analysis and what it would cost to get a phase 1, 2, and all of groundwater testing, those things, we agreed to back down from the initial purchase price and allow the developer to use those funds to pay for those environmental studies.
So, 74 acres. Who owns it right now? We all do. The good people of Pontiac, we own 74 acres. And if there was ever any issue that came up with the land and we chose not to sell it, who's on the hook, Manager Younger? Who's on the hook to deal with that environmental minefield?
We are.
We are, the good people of Pontiac, Michigan, us and our purse strings. So that's of great value. We don't have to dwell on that too much, but there's of great value to relieve ourselves of that environmental and financial minefield.
Say that again.
Councilman Goodman.
Good evening. So as the councilperson for the district that you'd be putting this in, I mean, I've been talking to Deborah and hearing a lot about the project, so there's not a lot of questions that I have about what you're actively attempting to do. But my concerns are that given where the landfill is located, and caring so much about housing and people living in the city that I do have concerns as to how this affects the nearby apartment complex, both environmentally, but also long-term, if there is the attempt to build housing, which again is not the most likely thing on on a brownfield. But like going forward, if you do attempt to build affordable market rate housing or building townhomes, like not gentrifying that entire section of the city, because currently in that area there are, and it's my district, I believe there are 5 apartment complexes in that same vicinity. So obviously that is a very important and strong question. So I guess to sum it up for you, the question about not trying to gentrify the area, but also the environmental concerns for the people very immediate to living to it.
Yeah, I think the one piece, as Deborah mentioned, each phase as we go through this is going to have to go through your guys' approval to build. When we actually, so right now we're talking about the purchase. Beyond that will be the actual development, which will have its own. I'm sure if this goes through, I'll be seeing your faces many, many times as we go through some of these. But to answer your specific question, my father, Frank, I call him Frank at work, so if I do that, forgive me, but it helps keep home and work a little bit separate. But his vision is Project Lift, and that's his goal to give back. My hope and my goal is around affordable housing and how we do that. I have my point that I would like to fix is single working parents, particularly single working mothers. I don't know how they, I'm fortunate enough that my wife was able to work and we were able to get through all that, but the cost of childcare and the balance of that is something I crazily respect. And part of what we're looking at with Project Lift as a local is building affordable homes that for people to own, not just rent. And how can we get to a smaller, there's many charitable organizations right now building small homes on pieces of property. Our hope is that we can have some of that middle progress set up where Project Lift students can build some of these smaller homes that then someone maybe from Project Lift ends up purchasing. So they end up owning property as opposed to just renting. But we'd love to work with you on your visions as well.
And like that brings me to another point that has been mentioned up here before regarding this. So also my tone does not tell you like how I feel about it. I am rather relatively excited. But I do have a very specific statement to make, which is, you're doing Project Lift, you're working with at-risk youth and students, and many of those will come from the city of Pontiac. And I know that a part of your plan down the line is to have some type of tuition-free pre-K through 8th. And the concern that I have is obviously, I am very pro-public school. Despite working at a charter school, I am very, very pro public school, but also very pro like helping the kids that are in our system and not trying to per se separate or ostracize them. And so let's talk about the education planning for that. But like, how is Project Lift gonna go about interacting with students that are in the city of Pontiac, specifically at the school district? Because like there is there are 2 elementary schools not very far from where you'll be at. And so like I'm really trying to make sure like what is the connection that you guys are going to have with the school district, and then also to Councilman Parker's point, our local workforce development organizations, and then my alma mater going to Oakland School's technical campus, which is known for building homes for people in the community, for starter homes, for doing all the skilled trades work. Again, I went there and received multiple certifications like many people that I know. So like, asking like, where your receptiveness is, working with those different groups, with those entities, or what way in which you collaborate and relate to them in the state of Pontiac.
Yeah, I mean, I think this being the first one in the state of Michigan is going to require a ton of that to get running quickly. is to find the right people that can run some of these organizations, and how, if there's already something established, the good part about this side of our efforts right now, it's not competitive. The more, in my mind, the better, and the more we can put our heads together, that works. So we're very open to working with others and kind of learning the lay of the land and not reinventing the wheel, so to say.
Councilman, thank you. Councilwoman James.
Yeah, I just want to say that certainly we would want to support you in trying to identify the individuals that could help to put this whole plan together. I also want to suggest that, through the Project Lift part of your plan, that going through the courts is one avenue that we currently do not have any program that's really addressing.
Okay.
And we have quite a few young people who are in the system, and so to be able to offer those young people an alternative to juvenile home, I think would be extremely significant. So again, any help that you would need in making contacts and trying to pull that together, please don't hesitate to ask us, because it's something that's very much needed.
Appreciate that, and I'm sure, like I said, my father Frank will be chatting your ear off, and because he's very, very, very passionate about this subject.
Thank you. Final question. What's the current zoning of these 74 acres?
I got to remember, too.
I've been working on this so long. It's not zoned for this, though.
Okay, so there will be future rezoning needs.
Absolutely, absolutely. And let me just say, I envision that this will be a long-term relationship. Brad is newer to, I started talking to his father, Frank, the second week I started work in Pontiac. It was a cold call, and he said, hey, I want to do something in Pontiac. So here we are a year later, and we're here at the podium, but this relationship started a year ago. A cold call. Frank called and said, hey, I want to do something in Pontiac. We have a host of companies that we want to expand, but his passion is Project Lift. So I started working with him first on Project Lift. I helped introduce him to foundations here, the local foundation community, Kresge, some of the others I have relationships with. Frank had as well. The educational component I've helped introduce them to, and they're committed to working on workforce development, all of these things. Each of these components will require us to continue to work closely with them. I see myself involved in this because I'm going to have to help them make those connections. Frank has already followed up on many of the introductions I made, so I see this as a long-term commitment to this project throughout each of the phases.
Thank you very, very much. With that, speakers list exhausted. It's time to vote. All right, City Council, on behalf of the good people of Pontiac and us taxpayers, do we want to sell this city-owned property, yay or nay? We've thoroughly considered it. Clerk Doyle, roll call on the resolution.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Absolutely, yes.
Carrington?
No.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 nay.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted and the purchase is approved. We are now at number 13. Is there a motion to adopt that resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. This is the resolution scheduling public hearings for the city's proposed Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, funding plan, and those public hearings would take place April 2nd and April 16th. Mayor Grimal.
Thank you, President McGinnis. As we have discussed at past meetings, we are bringing our Community Development Block Grant program back in-house to the city. Effective this July 1st, this will be the first time that the city has operated its own Community Development Block Grant program in well over 10 years, ever since the emergency manager outsourced it to Oakland County, so we're very excited about this. And as part of this, we want to schedule public hearings in order to have an opportunity for the public to weigh in on some of our proposed uses of CDBG dollars. And to talk more about this, we have our grants writer, Michael Martin, with us.
Hi, good evening, thanks. So the Citizen Participation Plan, the two public hearings that we'd like to have would be introducing the plan to the community and just outlining how they'll be involved in programming CDBG funds in the future and currently. And we would like to have two public hearings where we will gather resident feedback on these issues. One occurring on April 3rd at Robert Bowen Senior Center. Bowen Senior, thank you. Robert Bowen Senior Center from 6 o'clock until 8 o'clock p.m. And the second occurring on April 17th here in the council chambers at City Hall from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. From 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. The one on April 17th. Both are Wednesdays.
So
April 17th.
We'll have that included in our future city council agendas so that way you can see that reflected. But so those are in addition to the public hearings? Those are more informational sessions?
Those are the public. Those are when we'd like to hold the public hearings.
Okay. All right. So Councilman Goodman, Pro Tem Carrington.
So are you attempting for it to be the Tuesday or the Wednesday?
This will be on, the first one will be held on Wednesday, April 3rd, and the second one will be held on Wednesday, April 17th.
So in the agenda, it's listed as the 2nd and the 16th?
So,
Yeah, so that's why I was trying to clarify it. When it was
The
submitted.
correct date is April 3rd and April 17th.
Okay. I'm going to confer with what the resolution says so that way we can amend it if we need to.
So,
Okay.
Mr. President, the resolution is corrected, the dates got updated, the agenda didn't.
Okay. All right. So here's the resolution so that way you all are seeing what we actually will vote on, not just what's on the agenda. Whereas the Citizen Participation Plan must align with the requirements listed in the 24 CFR Part 91.105 Citizen Participation Plan for Local Governments and the HUD requirements contained in any applicable Federal Register notices allocating funds. And whereas the Citizen Participation Plan will encourage citizen participation related to planning, implementation, and assessment of proposed and actual programs that will be funded with Community Development Block Grant CDBG federal dollars. And whereas the City of Pontiac will hold two public hearings, Wednesday, April 3rd, 2024, from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Robert Bowen Senior Center, and the second hearing is scheduled for Wednesday, April 17th, 2024, in City Council chambers from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. to obtain citizen participation and to respond to proposals and questions related to CDBG as required by federal law. And now therefore be it resolved, the City Council hereby approves holding two public hearings for the introduction of the updated Citizen Participation Plan and to receive community development on proposed and actual programs funded through the Community Development Block Grant Federal Program. So Mayor Greimel, what you have and the administration has before us, this is the first time that the City Council would be authorizing public hearings, formal public hearings that don't align with City Council meetings. Do they require a quorum of City Council to be there for them to effectuate the legal requirement of a public hearing, and which would essentially be scheduling a special meeting of the City Council?
I will defer to our all things CDBG expert, our grants writer, Michael Martin, but I am not aware of that requirement. But are you aware of anything, Mr. Martin?
I'm not aware that that would be an issue.
Clerk Doyle?
I think actually the public hearings have always been in the past a part of City Council, and I believe they actually have to be council.
It's been the practice, so that's what blurs the line. We can research that matter. There's some attorneys in the room. Doesn't mean they're supposed to have this answer already because it's on the spot, but that's my only hesitation, is that I don't want us to pull a trigger on a public hearing if we then have to redo the public hearing. So it's a priority of this administration and a priority of the City Council that we bring back in-house community development block grant funding. The emergency manager, and due to many different factors, the federal government also, that was contracted out to Oakland County. So now our community development block grant funds are a lot more. They're using the Pontiac data, using the Pontiac need, and it's having impact or being used even beyond Pontiac. We want to concentrate and be as strategic as possible. This is legally required. For that to happen, we must have that community engagement public hearing. So that's the point of this. I just want to make sure everyone kind of got that sense. And so we'll be scheduling the public hearings, and then that satisfies that step, of which there are many other steps to happen as we continue to work to bring it in-house. Councilwoman Rutherford?
I just want a direct answer. As of today, has the deal been finalized from the county for us to receive back our CBD funds? I mean, it's in writing, y'all signed the contract, and if not, what is the date for that to happen?
The current year, meaning the
Yes.
the funds that they currently have.
That's correct.
They will continue to administer those funds.
Okay. And my follow-up is this. Have we had our conversation? Is it confirmed from the other, I believe it's HUD, or is it, I want to make sure I got this right. Because see, what I don't want people to do is we as of today do not control our CBD funds, correct?
No, they're still being administered by Oakland County.
Okay.
Because this would be for future years.
Right. That's important to say that, because then people will say, well, what about the other money? I need us to be, when we do this, and I'm all for it, but I don't want us to miscommunicate to our citizens, because that happens sometimes, and it's frustrating to me when we don't give people dates and time. So that's why I asked the question. Kudos to the job that you're doing, but I want the citizens, especially in District 1, because they asked about sidewalks we should have been had, we ain't gotten, and don't look like we gonna know when we gonna get them, that we know how that money is gonna be administered. That's all. Thank you.
All right, Pro Tem Carrington, before we got sidetracked on the whether we can or how we can, you had your hand. I don't want you to miss that. Okay, it's been addressed. Mayor Grimel?
Yeah, that's an important point. That's why I'm trying to emphasize effective July 1st, because with the next program.
Mayor Grimel, your microphone.
Mike ain't on.
Thank you. So that's an important point, and that's why I'm trying to emphasize effective July 1st, because with the next program year that starts July 1st of 2024, we will be taking on the responsibility of those program years, is my understanding. And so those past program years are still with Oakland County. So I want to be clear about that. But starting with program years effective July 1st of 2024, we will be taking on that responsibility. Is that accurate?
Yeah, the current plan that we're working on is for funding from 24 through 28.
Got it.
And this is the opportunity for the community to help influence and provide input in what over those years, what that would look like. Where should those funds be best utilized and invested to develop our community for their entire purpose? So I feel comfortable us taking action. The administration wants to hold the public hearings and informational sessions outside of the standard city council meeting. We can take that action tonight, and if it's able to be legally confirmed that wouldn't be binding or standing, then they will have to come back and schedule a public hearing that does align with the city council meetings. Clerk Doyle, what you got?
Actually, I'm going, because at one point I did do CBG stuff for the city. That's why the request is for city council to approve in a sense, your public hearings, because you actually have to vote on the plan. So you've got to be able to show, as a part of the application packet, that you heard from the public. So technically, they should be a city council public hearing.
Well, how about this? Is there any time legal requirement that needs you, does HUD, from your perspective, spell out how many weeks in advance it has to be prescribed when they're held?
No, we just need to have them prior to our application, so.
We're going to make sure this gets tight and right. We can postpone it for 1 week. And
I think it has to at least be 10 days before the public hearing occurs that you have noticed.
Well, that gets close, doesn't it? Yeah. when the agenda was approved, it said the 2nd and the 16th, so I thought, okay, well, that aligns with city council meetings. The question, wasn't even prompted to think of the question until we're looking at the 3rd and the 17th. Yes, ma'am?
I just want to make a motion to postpone for 1 week.
Okay. It's been moved to postpone for 1 week for further research, review, and legal vetting. Is there a second?
Second for Carrington.
Okay, it's been moved by Rutherford, second by Carrington. Any discussion on the motion to postpone for 1 week? Hearing none. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on the postponement.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at number 14. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. The resolution to execute the City of Pontiac's contractor service agreement with McKenna Associates Incorporated to provide housing study and needs assessment services for $59,971. Again, $59,971. Mayor Grimley, you have the floor.
Thank you. As we've been discussing in recent weeks, we look forward to kicking off the housing study. And the first step in kicking off the housing study is hiring a firm with the expertise needed to do a comprehensive housing study of the city's housing needs. And so to that end, the Economic Development Manager, Deborah Younger, is recommending that we hire McKenna and Associates. And I will turn it over to our Economic Development Manager to introduce this topic.
Thank you. As you're aware, we interviewed internally. We had an internal committee that interviewed all the respondents for the RFP. We felt that McKenna best represented the work that we wanted to accomplish. They have worked in the city of Pontiac before, not for this type of engagement, but they've done other work. They represented to us that they could get the job done. And one of the things that I was very concerned about was community engagement. I asked them to find a better partner for community engagement. They did, because I think it's critical that we have a robust community engagement piece. So they are also working with Austell Associates, Inc., who does a lot of community engagement work in Detroit and other cities around Southeast Michigan. So the deliverables for this study are the methodology will be a data and market analysis. There'll be a supply demand analysis. There'll be affordability analysis, community engagement, which will include housing summits, housing workshops, stakeholder interviews and surveys, and the deliverables will be a full report with an executive summary, policy recommendations. This will look at pilots, neighborhood enterprise zones, other affordable housing incentives that might be offered in the city of Pontiac, recommendations on zoning amendments to support housing, community wealth building plans, because a part of housing is, of course, wealth building, and looking at maybe pre-approved site and building plans to be able to speed up development of housing and keep the costs down. Also, there will be an actual housing action plan. It's not enough to have a plan. There needs to be an implementation plan, laying out who does what, how we should do those things. So those are the deliverables that we're asking the McKenna Company to produce for us. Representatives of McKenna are here. We anticipate the study will take 8 months, but we will have some parts of it earlier that we can share out, but the full report will take about 8 months. Again, representatives from McKenna and Associates are here, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. So the proposed project schedule that is before City Council as well. The City Council voted by resolution to request a written timeline of the housing study. This satisfies that requirement. Thank you for breaking that down to the McKenna team. So what it shares is the project kickoff pending, an affirmative outcome at City Council that you'll be diving into it towards the end of March. There are housing workshops, community housing summits, stakeholder interviews, focus groups, and that would take place in the May through July of this year vicinity. And that City Council will have a draft findings for discussion and feedback for the community's benefit, but also City Council present September 17th. And then at a second City Council meeting, present the final housing study for adoption, and that timeline is for October 22nd. So soup to nuts, we're looking adoption tonight, should that be the case, through the final housing study for adoption before City Council October 22nd. So I appreciate that write-up. We've got a speakers list going. I've made note of that, but I'd like the team that's here from McKenna, if you want to give us a very brief sense of your firm's ability to meet this challenge, other communities where you might have done this work. Obviously, you are a very storied, reputable firm that does many different works with planning and beyond, but we want to help us understand your ability to handle this task well.
Sure. Good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Alexis. I am an associate planner with McKenna. Joining me tonight is our president, John Jackson. I would be the project manager for the housing study, so I'm here to share with you tonight. Looking at this one pager that we prepared, this is a summary of what we proposed and what we've been working on with Deborah over the last couple of months. We understand that there was a conversation last night about housing, and we're excited to continue that conversation and seek to address the housing needs in Pontiac. So the first step in that is to understand what exists right now. So looking at population trends, looking at what exists in the market. So how many housing units are available, what the price points are for those housing units, and then conducting the supply and demand analyses that Deborah mentioned. This will give the city a really concrete idea of your existing conditions so that you can move forward, and it'll inform the decisions that you make over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. The largest portion of this project is going to be community engagement. So like Deborah said, we are going to be working with Elnora Ostel from E. Ostel Associates. This was just to make sure that the engagement was incredibly robust. Elnora, her entire firm is dedicated to engagement. So part of what she does is work to not just come and have a meeting and then leave and that's it, but to build relationships and really understand, the lay of the land in Pontiac. So both of these steps in the process will take all of the information that we gather and create the deliverable, which will be specific policy recommendations. I should have added on here, the policy recommendations listed are potential. So we really can't make specific recommendations until we get into our analysis. But based on the feedback that we receive from the community, based on the information that we get out of our market analysis, we will look at best practices as well as innovative things that maybe are on the cutting edge of housing affordability and meeting housing needs, and tailor our recommendations to fit Pontiac specifically. And you asked about some previous work that we had done, and one thing that I brought tonight that I'm happy to leave here is a housing analysis that we did for the city of Saginaw. I didn't work on this. This was before my time, but this is one example, and it was included in our full proposal as part of past work that we have done in this space. And with something like this, included in this housing analysis was an executive summary, which I understand was a specific request from the city that an executive summary is something you want to see in the study. But also in this plan, it addresses the master plan. So ahead of the city of Saginaw's master plan process that happened a couple of years ago, they did the housing study first, and that informed the recommendations that went into that. So we understand that the city of Pontiac is also preparing to undergo a master plan process. So our hope is that all of the work that we do in this can inform that as well and kind of build on that on that process. So.
Thank you very much. And I would be delighted to see that study from Saginaw, an amazing, fascinating, diverse, and historic city just to our north. That would be fascinating to see. And thank you for flagging how that would interrelate with the master plan process. Speakers list is open. Councilwoman Rutherford, Councilwoman James, Councilman Parker.
Deborah, could you come to the mic, please? While I am enthused about this housing study, what is the administration currently doing in regards to Tifa and NEZ, or will this be used as an excuse to delay creating a Tifa, NEZ zone? That's my first question.
We are currently working with several entities that already are looking at Tifa's, CHN, Lighthouse, and others. I'm also prepared to engage to create an NEZ zone. So I don't think that I think the recommendations coming out of the housing study will further inform strategies that we can utilize, looking at best practices used not just around the state, but around the country. So I'm not intending to delay looking at Tifa and or NEZ for this study. We've already gone down that road. We've already had an application submitted for CHN for the Weaver School using a brownfield Tifa. In fact, council approved them applying for the brownfield TIFA a few months ago. The brownfield hearing with the county is scheduled to become soon, and then it will come back for you to endorse and approve if, in fact, the brownfield authority approves that.
You mentioned something, which answers my second question. You mentioned Lighthouse. What is MISTA's read on assisting the Lighthouse in regards to those zones? Now, I'm asking you this because I already have the answer. I just want to see if y'all going to tell me, be transparent about it, because there have been some calls to MISTA from this administration, and I'm a little concerned by it. So I'm trying to make sure we're treating the people that are currently applying for these things with fair and impartiality. So, again, what has been the read before?
I will be as transparent as the information I have allows me to be. Oftentimes things happen that I'm not aware of. But to my knowledge, there was some concern by MISTA staff about the use of the TIFA and the NEZ. Call has been made, and I just, before coming here, understood that the staff at MISTA is willing to work with Lighthouse with regard to the TIFA and the NEZ. And their biggest concern was timing, and I think we can address that. So that is my reading my email before I came in here tonight.
Thank you for your honesty.
Councilwoman James was next on the speakers list, Parker, then the mayor.
Yes. My question is, one of the things that was mentioned earlier in the meeting is that I think Councilman Rutherford mentioned that Pontiac has so many units that are needed to be able to meet the needs of that's for the county, not for the city?
Commissioner Dave Woodward, 15,000.
15,000, okay. And my question is, will this study do any kind of a projection in terms of, looking at our population and the potential growth of the population as to what those needs would look like for the city of Pontiac?
Absolutely. The first part of any analysis is a look at market trends and analysis of that and projections about what, in fact, the city of Pontiac would need to satisfy that demand over time. So we hope that this study is not just a short-term use, but helps guide the use for the next several years as we make decisions about housing trends and growth in the city.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, sir. My question is really simple. We did in your proposal, you said there was a study that was required in June 23, and we're here now in March of 24. And we're talking about another 8 months from here, which would be pretty close to February 25. Is there any way that we can excel this process, that it doesn't take that long?
The timeline they just proposed October of this year to complete it. When we first discussed it, we talked about 8 months, but the written timeline that that President McGinnis read off is proposing October for final recommendations to City Council.
Thank you.
Mayor Brimel?
Yeah, so just to emphasize that point, this is an accelerated time frame compared to what was originally proposed by McKenna. I also want to second the comments of our economic development manager that there's no reason to delay moving forward with Tifa Brownfields, with the NEZ proposal that our economic development manager is working on. We have moved forward on those initiatives with the community housing network. We are moving forward with those initiatives with the great folks at Lighthouse. In fact, they did get an initial indication from some staff at the Michigan State Housing Development Authority, or MSHDA, that MSHDA was not enthused about the NEZ approach or the Brownfield TIFA. And in an effort to try to move this important project forward so that we can help Lighthouse develop more affordable housing in the community, I spoke directly with the director of MSHDA last week and said, hey, what gives? And my understanding is that Lighthouse got word either today or yesterday from the Michigan State Housing Development Authority that they are okay now with the NEZ approach and with the Brownfield TIFA. And so that's just another example of our commitment to trying to move forward affordable housing, in this case by me reaching out directly to the MSHDA director. We have a meeting scheduled with Lighthouse to talk about next steps coming up soon, and we continue to be very enthusiastic about that project and about moving forward more broadly with the NEZ approach and the Brownfield TIFA approach.
There's been a request from council that the one-page summary that we have that's visible, we would love to have a hard copy of that.
I'll provide that to you.
Great, thank you very much, Manager Younger. A question before Councilman Rutherford for next time. Did you find any historical example or indication that when Pontiac may have conducted a thorough, comprehensive housing study of the landscape in our city, if ever? Like, is this something it's been a minute or it's been a never?
I think I can't say it's a never, but I went through all the studies that were in the basement looking just to see. I could not find anything. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I am not aware of anything. And I looked in that moldy basement, so so I really did look.
To McKenna, obviously there's a 5-year cycle, every 5 years, a best practice for a master plan to be able to revisit, review, update. What's the industry recommendation for a housing study? Is it every 10 to 15 years? What's some best practices so we can think long range, so that way this continues to be an evolving study?
John.
Hi, John Jackson with McKenna. And, you know, anytime you're dealing with, investment type of project like housing, the financial information is going to have to be updated much more frequently than a policy document like a master plan. So in other words, if you're going to be reaching out to different agencies to seek funding for some of the housing projects that you're looking at in the future, they're going to want much more current information in terms of market demand and supply. So one of the recommendations that very well may come out of this combination of policy document and market analysis document is you'll probably have to update the market information on a fairly regular basis. And I can almost guarantee you when you, again, try to go out for funding through different agencies, they're going to want to know what the current market status is. So the policy recommendations and the implementation plan could last you 5 to 10 years, but the market information is probably going to have to be updated more frequently than that.
Useful. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Deborah, if you can, Ms. Younger, if you come back up here, I want to clarify a couple of things. I like to get things out in the open. I don't like inside baseball. You know what that means? Mm-hmm. Okay. When people play inside baseball with the lives and housing, that's a problem for me. And so when I ask something, it's because I've been told a thing, called on it, or been relayed to me, so that you understand it is not against anything that you're doing, but I don't play about inside baseball. I want to say that.
Okay.
In saying that, because I like to ask questions, what is Mr. position, since he opened up the door?
Well, we are talking about the housing study.
It's a housing study, which is related. Thank you.
Okay.
Like I said, what is the position that Mr. has had currently with this administration about pilots and the TIFA and NEZ? And can you break it down so that the audience knows the difference of it when you do the housing study, how it directly benefits or does not benefit this community? And go.
Okay, traditionally, the model has been that state housing, low-income housing tax credits have used a pilot, payment in lieu of taxes. So what happens is the developer agrees to make a payment that is somewhat less than what their taxes would be on the project. That has been the traditional model that has financed low-income housing for the past 30, 40 years. It's a model used around the country, not just here in Michigan. Recently, the state approved the use of a housing brownfield TIFA. It was approved September 2023. So that means that it's new. That means that their staff is adjusting to that. Some staff probably didn't support it. You know, MISHT is a big organization. Their staff, this is how we've done it for 30 years. This is how we're going to continue to do it. So we've had to begin to work through with the staff at MISHTA, who's been somewhat reluctant to adopt the TIFA and NEZ strategy. But new things require some tenacity, some putting the things to the pencil to the paper and showing the staff how they could work. The TIFA brownfield was the state's policy. They adopted it. So it's their plan. We're trying to use it. And there has been some pushback, but we've been able to work with other consultants and developers and put numbers to paper, and we believe we can make both, in some instances, just a straight brownfield. In others, to make the deal cash flow, we need both a TIFA brownfield and an NEZ and layer them together. So this becomes something new and perhaps innovative. Again, the brownfield TIFA came out of the state itself, and then we looked at some projects where there was a shortfall and said maybe we can also use an NEZ to help support that. So,
any final discussion? All right. On a final note, the City Council for this year of 2024, this is a top 5 for us in terms of expanding housing options, housing affordability, diversify our housing stock. And we've been in office 2.3 months, 2.3 years, if you will. And so you're sensing a little tension if you're really paying attention. Mm-hmm. And that's because for 2+ years, the thought was, before we make any big, bold changes when it comes to housing, we need to understand what the lay of the land is. We need to do a housing study. So that's why City Council has been like, all right, where's the housing study? Where's the housing study? And so we're really grateful to be here. And that's why you even had questions of, so when can we get there? Because we want to make bold, strategic, generational moves to make our city stronger, diversify our housing stock, set us up for greater success and more stable neighborhoods. We want to do that in a strategic way. This action gives us, with a professional firm, a lot more tools and information of the lay of the land so we can look forward, so we can be strategic. But we're also chomping at the bit because every day the need is there. 61,000 people live here when they can and where they can. And we know with the home repair program, with our ordinance changes, we're trying to be as multi-pronged as a strategy as possible, and we're glad that we're at this point, but City Council was hoping to be at this point many moons ago, so that way the strategic big moves can keep moving down the field. And what this conversation has shared, and the mayor has co-signed, we're not going to wait until October to be making real-life changes. The decisions still have to keep coming. We're not going to put on hold or kick the can on these important pressing matters with prospective developments, with housing that may come forward down the pipeline. I hope that's clear to the community, and I hope that the council's been clear to the administration. That's some of the layers of what we're considering right now. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of the resolution to execute the City of Pontiac's contractor service agreement with McKenna Associates Incorporated to provide housing study and needs assessment services for $59,971.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
It's about time, yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. And feel free. Thank you for being here as well, Firm President Jack. All right. Thank you very much. We are now at number 15. So this is a resolution to approve the first reading of an ordinance to amend the City of Pontiac zoning ordinance to amend requirements for adult use marijuana retail establishments and designated overlay districts and caregivers. We postponed it last week for 1 week. The city's attorneys, and I want to make sure I've got this right, they're requesting that we postpone further to allow further refinement and assessments of the landscape. So with that, I see Law Director Gurley's working through the maze of humanity over there. Can you confirm that that's the case, that the preference is that it be postponed, and can you share, are you looking for a 1-week postponement or more?
I'm sorry, President, I was out in the hallway. Is this in reference to the adult use marijuana?
It is, yes. So would there be any problem if this was postponed, for example, to April 2nd?
No, there would not be a problem.
Okay. Mayor Greimel, do you have any policy concerns? Clerk Doyle, any policy concerns? Because obviously that might have timeline implications for other application windows or getting things ready.
I do not have any policy concerns on my end. I think the one consideration, and it's probably a better question for Clerk Doyle, is the timeline for him to move forward. And one of the key questions, I think, in that regard is whether the moratorium is still in effect.
Clerk Doyle.
So thank you, Mr. President. So the moratorium is in effect, so we do need to do an ordinance to repeal the moratorium. But I've already started working with Attorney Charles Murphy with the timeline and the application process. The election was certified today, so the ordinance was not adopted actually until today, March 12th. In the way the ordinance is worded, it does not become effective until 30 days after it was adopted. And then you have 30 days after it was effective to approve the scoring guide. So we're actually looking into May, if I'm correct, with the scoring guide. But we're putting together the timeline.
At least for these ordinance amendments, sounds like we're in safe harbor for the moment, that if April 2nd, it allows time for council, attorneys, and staff to make sure we're moving on as solid of ground as possible without any unintended consequences. Okay. Pro Tem Carrington, is that a motion to postpone?
Yes.
Until April 2nd?
Support. That's correct.
That was from Councilman Goodman, a second? Okay, moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that this item, the resolution to approve the first reading, be postponed until the April 2nd City Council meeting. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The motion to postpone, it'll be back at the April 2nd City Council meeting. All right, we're now at number 17. Doesn't need a move in a second because this was postponed from our February 29th meeting. This is about changes for human rights protections and to prohibit housing discrimination on the basis of source of legal income. This had been for a number of readings before the City Council. Further time was sought to review potential changes and also for further feedback and research and communications with the community. So that's what's before us. Councilman Goodman is the initial introducer of the ordinance amendments, and he's indicated to me he's interested in seeing a postponement. Oh, I'm sorry, did I misread that note?
To remove an exception.
Okay. Look at me trying to read between the lines. So that motion is before us. We give the floor to Attorney Vasquez to help bring us up to speed on where we're at.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So first I want to clear something up. The exceptions that were made, that were added to the ordinance, we actually need to, and I'm asking direction from City Council to make this change. I need to add for exception 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, I need to add a note that says that those are only for legal sources of income. So those do not apply to the whole human rights ordinance. Those only apply to that section. And if you give me that direction to do that, we can do that at second reading today, and we'll just edit the motion in the end, and I can change that, and before I send it to Clerk Doyle for publication, I'll have that changed.
Okay. Thank you for flagging that. Councilman Parker, I believe, was interested in seeing a postponement. Was it this ordinance or was it another one? It was this one. And that's so that way we could review more legal, what was provided from the city attorneys about the different amendments incorporated. Is that right? Okay. All right. Did you have a time frame in mind? 1 week. Okay. It's been moved by Councilman Parker to postpone for 1 week. Is there any second? Second. It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilwoman James, that we postpone for 1 week to better understand different changes. But I think I speak for council to say, yes, that would be the intent, that language should be tight, so that way there's no loophole created to then say, now, of course, city council also can render a verdict on whether they want that 5 or less exemption or not. That also needs to be a policy consideration too.
Correct.
But it's been moved by Parker, seconded by James to postpone for 1 week. Any discussion on the motion to postpone?
Yes, a quick question.
Councilwoman Rutherford had her hand first, then you.
So when we got this information, if we didn't postpone it, Ms. Vasquez, wouldn't we have to just add what you just added instead of postponing? Because here's the thing, if we keep postponing this over and over and over, it's never gonna get voted on. And that's what my fear is. That's my real fear. And because since the beginning, there has been, I don't even know how to use this word. I want to use the right word. There has been people who have played both sides, I'll say it that way, where all of a sudden, for we as council got the original ordinance, people in the community got it. Funny to me, don't know how that happened, and then we found out how it happened. So I don't feel confident, and I'm just being real with you, that if we keep postponing this, that we're ever gonna vote. And it's just, I don't feel right about it. So my question is to you, ma'am, simply put, if we just do what you asked us to do, then we wouldn't have to necessarily postpone it, correct?
That is correct. And okay. I mean, I didn't put it in my letter, but I suggested that this goes to a subcommittee first so I can explain all these changes and exceptions. I believe that maybe next time we do an ordinance together, we can have a subcommittee meeting so we can iron out all the kinks before we come.
But again, if we just do what you just said, we wouldn't have to postpone. That's my question.
Correct.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington, on the motion to postpone for 1 week discussion.
Well, I can understand the proposal, postponing it, but I also can understand that council wants to get this done. But my concern is that it continues to, I would like a thorough presentation consumed from you are our attorneys, right?
Correct.
So we received this today. I have no problem with these, honestly. I honestly don't. But the thing is that make things look suspect is that it's 2 weeks later and you guys brought this when you guys was actually working on the ordinance. And you guys didn't consider any of these things before while you was working on the ordinance. So that's where my confusion is that we expect the best legal advice from our attorneys. Mm-hmm. And right now I feel that that's not happening.
Sure, and I can explain.
Just to be, I know that we got attorneys that's on public comment that actually going to tell us that we don't need to agree to any of this, right? But that's just, actually, that muddies the water even more for me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So that doesn't help me make a decision. But when I'm looking for the attorneys that we hire, I'm looking for guidance. I'm looking for you guys to be totally thorough. Mm-hmm. And I seem like we're not getting that. And that bothers me. I just want to say that. So a couple of weeks ago, I totally, with a couple of changes, supported this wholeheartedly. But but now I'm kind of on the limb because I'm a little bit torn a little bit. But I do want it to happen. But I definitely want the documents to be complete, so there's no confusion on what we're voting for. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Attorney Vasquez, do you want to respond to that? You said you wanted to explain.
Yeah, sure. So we had our first reading on February 20th. I completed the ordinance as requested of City Council. And at the hearing, we had a lot of pushback. So I did further research to make sure that everything that we were putting in this ordinance, if challenged, we can uphold. So when I sent out the first letter, which was, I believe, Wednesday or Thursday to City Council, it had some suggestions in there and what I advise City Council to do in the next steps, then I received feedback, and here we are today for that. So I was actually also working on this ordinance all night last night, just so we can move this along today for City Council, because I, suspected that was the goal of City Council, to get this done as soon as possible. But like I said, I think it would be better if we did this in subcommittees, so that all these questions, we can go back and forth, and anything that you have questions on, I can do a full presentation before we come and have to vote on it.
Was that hand for the discussion on the motion of postponement? Councilman Parker.
Thank you. If I heard our attorney, she said she would like to be able to do a session with us individually to explain the changes to it. Certainly, I think when we first heard it, there was some concern that I had in some of the language that has since been corrected. But one of the things I certainly don't condone is that I just don't believe we can answer the issue of discrimination against one group by discriminating against another group. And I think we need to clarify all of that so that we know what we're putting in place and make sure that what we are doing is not placing the city in a litigious situation.
Councilman Goodman.
So to speak directly to a couple things, the information that was sent out today is the same information that was sent yesterday. Regarding the exemptions that Deja has been so kind to draft for us. The document that was received today is just a cleaned up version of the exemptions being drafted as recommended from yesterday. So no information has changed, except the information that is in there is just the ordinance drafted as it needs to be. I am against postponing this because we've discussed this at length multiple times. The information that we are trying to postpone for is the same information that we had yesterday, and it seemed, at least at that point, that council was aware of those changes and where we would be at today. Also, on multiple occasions, we have made changes to ordinances on the floor, so I am curious as to why we're trying to postpone it specifically this time after all this litigation, but amongst ourselves. And then to Deja's point, for the past 2 years, I have recommended that council use subcommittees to push policy and to research. We could have been doing that for this from the beginning. We did not, and so this is where we are. I'd prefer not to create the process specifically to handle the ordinance that I'm trying to bring forth that we have gone over at length, had town halls for, have had the attorneys go over. The legal precedent for it exists in 14 different cities. But going forward, should we absolutely use subcommittees? Yes, we should have been doing that from the very beginning when it comes to moving policy. And I hope that we go through that process going forward. That way we're not going through what we're doing now, which is, pushing it back multiple weeks and doing all these things that don't seem clean and processful, because we're trying to do a good thing, and we should be doing so. But to try to do that at this exact moment, to postpone this when we've had the information and the changes that are going to be happening do not require the postponement. I don't see why we need to do that tonight.
Councilman Rutherford.
First, I just want to apologize to you, Goodman, because this should have been an opportunity for the administration and us to work hand in hand to solve a real issue about people having the right to have homes with Section 8 and affordability. So I want to apologize to you, first of all. Secondly, I don't even think we should postpone it simply because at the end of the day, all of the discussions that we've had has gotten us to this point. The information is there. Clearly, there's been opposition on the opposite side. To the lawyers, you guys have to do better about how you're doing certain things, because what look like, if it quack like a duck and if it sound like a duck and it quack like a duck, it's a duck to me. I just think we need to vote yea or nay so that we can move forward. If it doesn't pass, we'll do something else. But I want to sincerely apologize to you for how people tried to undercut you on doing what you're trying to do to help people have the right to have housing from the administration. Thank you.
We're discussing a motion to postpone. And so if we keep talking all night, we should just talk about the ordinance versus whether or not to postpone. Next on the speaker's list
Well, I wasn't called for the vote for postponing.
Is everyone
so we
done
can move
talking about
forward.
whether or not to postpone? Yeah. Speaker's list exhausted. Now we move to vote on whether for 1 week, move that forward 1 week, or shall we continue with deliberations and make a decision tonight? Okay? We clear on what it is? It's whether or not we want to postpone for 1 week. Roll call. Clerk Doyle on the motion to postpone for 1 week.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
No.
Carrington,
No.
Goodman.
No.
Three
3-3.
yeas. Yep.
All right, so that motion fails. That means it's time to workshop an ordinance, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up. Okay, so we're going to go through what we have before us. It's in the packets number 17 ordinance. So the first section is really just the summary. The second is the intent. So in this copy, it's redlined, meaning those are the changes, correct? Those are what are changed. It's being added into the city's ordinance.
Correct.
Okay. The next is definitions. Does any city council member, I should first say, does anyone have any questions on that section of intent? It is hereby declared to be contrary to the public policy of the city of Pontiac for any person to deny any individual the enjoyment of civil rights, et cetera, et cetera. Any questions on that section? It's saying that because of actual or perceived color, race, religion, or creed, sex, gender, identity, or expression, sexual orientation, national origin, genotype, age, marital status, familial status, medical condition, disability, height, weight, or source of lawful income, cumulatively known as protective classes. So that was not currently in the ordinance, or that's language that replaces ordinance language elsewhere.
That was not currently in the ordinance.
Okay, so that establishes protected classes.
Correct.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Information needs to be relayed to council about this section, and in particular, number 33.
Meaning definitions?
Definitions,
Okay,
yes.
so we're now in definitions, since I didn't hear any further questions about intent. We're now at definitions. As used in this charter, the following words and phrases shall mean. And Law Director Gurley is saying number 33, source of lawful income, any lawful source of money paid directly to an individual or family or indirectly on behalf of an individual or family, including but not limited to. So we've got A, B, C. What would be the recommended change that you'd be calling for?
Subsection C, as in cat. From research that has been done, we have discovered that that particular provision, which is similar to what is in a housing provision in an executive order in New York, has been stricken as unconstitutional. And it is because that provision, which talks about the type of housing vouchers that can be accepted by landlords, is requiring landlords to accept certain types of housing assistance payments in violation of their rights, in particular against the Fourth Amendment. So my recommendation would be that that paragraph, subsection C, would be more focused and aligned with other communities in Michigan. I understand what Ann Arbor does, but for southeastern Michigan, such as Royal Oak and Farmington Hills, they have a more general definition of sources of income. And if we were to adopt this ordinance, subsection C, under number 33, we are, in essence, putting forth language that has been stricken as unconstitutional.
Which court of jurisdiction in New York was that?
It was the Supreme Court.
The state Supreme Court.
State Supreme Court, June of 2023.
And has there been any similar decisions in a federal court or any court of jurisdiction in Michigan?
No, it was even an issue of first impression in New York.
Okay. I mean, you really don't have to talk about it unless. Okay, I mean, if there's no motion to amend, though. Okay, so thank you for that perspective. The Kelly Law Firm, do you have other municipal clients in the state of Michigan?
Yes.
And do any of those municipalities have an existing source of income ordinance or those?
Yes, Ferndale. Ferndale.
Ferndale, okay, so the Kelly Law Firm works for that.
Yep.
How would you view Ferndale's language in alignment with the proposed Pontiac language?
Yes. So I know I've sent you guys a million letters, but in the letter I sent yesterday, some of the exemptions that I included are from Ferndale's ordinance. You know, in my letter, I did also advise of this court case that was out there, and I gave you guys 2 recommendations because, again, I can only advise. I can't tell council what to vote on.
Thank you. Does Mr. Robinson, you need to swap something out? Yeah. Okay. All right, well, he's swapping that out. What I want to make sure is this is the second reading, and it was postponed from a previous meeting. I want to verify with Attorney Vasquez and Law Director Gurley, has anything changed in this second reading document since we postponed it? Yes. Okay. So, Clerk Doyle, do you show who moved and seconded that second reading? Okay. Because I want to get a sense from the Law Director, the City Attorney, the clerk, if we need to then have a new move and second for the second reading so that we're looking at the clean copy based on what has been updated. Does that make sense?
Yes, correct. And in our motion, I'll talk loud in our motion at the end, I would like to add whoever's going to make the motion to add as amended from first reading so that we make sure all those changes are in it as well. And again, when I send it to Clerk Doyle, I'll make sure that's in my publication.
Okay.
And I just want to go over something with the definition section. I know Councilwoman James asked for clarification on the word perceived. I did put it in my letter. I'm not sure if she still has questions about that or if we're good on that. Yes. Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Thank you for verifying that.
Through the president, do we know what all the amendments are between what was in the first reading?
The way I think the way we resolve that, the way we resolve that is we need to make a motion that makes this the second reading.
Okay.
And I just want to know, clerk-wise and law-wise, what's the tidiest way to do that? Because we already had a second reading. It was moved and seconded for a second reading. And that second reading is now a stale document. Does that make sense?
So the first reading, after the first reading, the ordinance was not published. Am I correct, Clerk Doyle?
No, a summary of the ordinance has to be published in between the first and second reading before council.
And the summary is still the same. So it is in council's discretion to make changes between first and second as long as those changes do not change the summary.
Yeah, that
but
sounds good.
in our motion in the end, we just need to say as amended from first reading. But if you would like to make a motion to adopt this reading as the second reading, you can.
And I think that's probably the way to go. We just have a pending motion already, a move and a second from a few weeks ago. So I'd like to have who moved and seconded withdraw it. I just don't know. It's been a few weeks.
It was how many weeks ago? Do you remember?
The second reading was postponed from the February 29th City Council meeting. So in the February 29th meeting minutes, it should tell us who was the move and second. Okay, how about this? That motion still is legitimate. Can I please have a motion from a city council member to substitute all of the language from that last second reading of February 29th?
So moved.
This is now the language that we're looking at.
Support.
It's been moved by Rutherford, seconded by Goodman. And does the lawyers and the clerk feel comfortable with that motion? This text will substitute the existing language from the second reading. So the second reading is still out there, and now we're just doing a main amendment to replace all the language with this latest draft. Any attorneys object?
No.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded for an amendment that basically updates the language. That's really what we're doing. We're amending the ordinance before us to reflect and update. We're refreshing. I'm hitting the refresh button here so that way we're all looking at the same document and there isn't anything hidden. Because last time we did something this complex, well, it was more complex, was marijuana related. And I don't want to hit, I don't want to miss any hanging loose ends that then get, aha. So it's been moved and seconded. Any,
One question.
Yes.
So if we're approving this one, does it mean we're striking 33C?
What we're doing right now is just making it to hit the reset, and then we can amend further. This is just making sure we're all on the same page. There's not any legal sort of clawback that says, aha, you did something different on February 29th, and I just don't want us to get caught up in that whirlwind. So is everyone clear? It's just sort of hit reset, and then we'll keep going through section by section. Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on the motion to amend, which makes sure that we are all looking at the current language as the language in consideration. Roll call.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford, Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Okay, so that amendment passed. So what we're looking at right now for the ordinance changes is all this same document, which is also the one that was publicly available. We're at definitions. The city's law director had identified 33C in definitions that was problematic. Is there any appetite to change it? Okay, hearing none. Yes?
Well, I think she said it was.
Microphone.
I think the recommendation was to strike it because in at least one state it was viewed as being unconstitutional. Was that correct?
That is correct, and it is under the trial court in New York. So just so you have full context, but it has been stricken as unconstitutional by the trial court.
Okay, so is the recommendation that we strike it here?
I would recommend a different
reword.
definition.
Okay.
Councilman Goodman, followed by Councilman James. But again, we shouldn't debate it unless and until someone moves to change it. If there isn't the appetite to change it, we don't want to go down the rabbit hole. I'm not up for changing it because there are dozens of other communities and other states in America that have it with this language, and it was drafted with legal research. So if New York's case does some domino effect over the years, it'll domino everything, including Pontiac, but that I don't view that as a reason to not pursue it. But Councilman Goodman, you were, regardless of where you talk on, you're next on the speaker's list.
I removed myself from the speaker's list.
Okay, you spoke. Councilman James, you had a hand.
Well, I was just wondering why New York's Supreme Court would govern the state of Michigan. I mean, if it were federal Supreme Court, then I could understand it, but I don't know why New York's Supreme Court's decision would govern the state of Michigan.
It's persuasive. It doesn't govern, but it is persuasive, meaning that if it was struck down in New York, it should give us, a second look. And it is on the federal level.
Thank you. Next on the speaker's list, Councilman Rutherford.
that was gonna be my question, but.
Well, then don't ask it.
But no, I'm not. I just wanna know why everything. If we are trying to get this to be right, why then find opposition from the time? I don't understand what was your purpose, and I really want to know what was the purpose of saying it. If it does, I don't understand why you brought that up. So why did you bring that up?
Is your question directed toward me?
My question is directed to you because I'm gonna tell you why. This ordinance is becoming. This ordinance is becoming just so magnified when we are trying to do something good for human beings. So if we're trying to do that, let's stick to that. Now, if you say I did that because I wanted to give us an opinion and you're doing your job, that's cool. But it just didn't make sense to me. It's like throwing a curveball when it ain't necessary because it don't carry no weight. It doesn't carry no weight. Literally, it doesn't.
Well, it does to me.
Okay.
In the sense that
Law
part
Director
of my
Brewer, you have the
job
floor. Yeah.
is to give you information. And that's it. I don't have an agenda other than to make sure that you all have information.
I know you don't, but I don't believe others don't. Okay. That's it. I know you don't. Let me just say that. I know you don't, but there are others that I'm not so sure about. That's all.
Okay, so we're talking about an ordinance going piece by piece. Anyone else have anything else, discussion about definitions? All right, hearing none. We're at general, 78.58. No person shall adopt, enforce, or employ any policy, requirement, qualification, et cetera. Prohibitions against discrimination as provided for in this charter shall not be deemed preempted by state or federal law, but are intended to supplement such law, meaning if the state or the federal government doesn't have these protections, at least and until they prohibit those protections, they are able to be there to supplement. Hearing no discussion or questions on general, we're at discriminatory housing practices. The opportunity to purchase, lease, rent, sell, use, convey, and finance housing without discrimination on the basis of actual or perceived membership in a protected class, as identified in this chapter, is hereby recognized and declared to be a civil right. Anything else in discriminatory housing practices? In addition to the exemptions contained, the following considerations may result in exemptions to discriminatory housing practices. Safety. Any decision based upon the reasonable and well-substantiated belief that an individual's physical or mental health poses a serious threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the individual, other residents, other persons. Conviction record. Competence. The following are not legitimate exceptions. The anticipated or actual objections of other residents, neighbors, or persons. Meaning, like, just because you think somebody else will be mad about it, that is not a legal, that has no legal standing. Mere inconvenience, less than an undue hardship to a housing agent in procuring or providing reasonable aid to a member of protected class to accommodate that individual's needs. So again, those are not legitimate exceptions. Safety, conviction record, competence, those are legitimate exceptions to the discriminatory housing practices. Any questions about that section? Okay, next up is discriminatory employment practices. No person shall discriminate in the higher employment, compensation, work classifications, et cetera, or promotion, demotion, termination, or employment of any individual. So, Attorney Vasquez, with this section, it means that if a business is operating in Pontiac, as well as the city, of course, the city itself is a public entity, we are governed by this, meaning city as an employer cannot fire someone due to age, weight, but also these additional protections offered. Correct. Is that true for private employers located in Pontiac? Would that be the binding effect of this ordinance?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Any questions on discriminatory employment practices? Okay. Discriminatory public accommodation practices, meaning no person shall discriminate in making available full and equal access to all goods, services, activities, privileges, and accommodations of a place of public accommodation. No person shall prohibit a breastfeeding mother from or segregate a breastfeeding mother within any public accommodation where she and the child would otherwise be authorized to be. Any questions or clarity on the discriminatory public accommodation practices? Okay. Other prohibited practices. No person shall adopt, enforce, or employ any policy or requirement, publish, post, or broadcast any advertisement, sign, or notice which discriminates or indicates discrimination in providing housing, employment, or public accommodations. So this kind of gets to if somebody had in a window of an apartment building and it said, Section 8 vouchers need not apply, that would no longer be allowed in the city of Pontiac.
Correct.
For any accommodations.
Correct.
But that would be true if they said, no tall people, no, I won't say ugly people, no, like they can't.
No women, no,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
So that would be true and binding. Some of those are federally and state protected, but some are not. So that's
Correct.
the important distinction. No person shall discriminate in the publication or distribution of advertising material. That sort of gets to one as well. No agent, broker, labor union, employment agency, or any other intermediary shall discriminate in making referrals, listings, or providing information with regard to a housing, employment, or public accommodations. A report of the conviction of any such person for a violation of this chapter shall be made available, made in the applicable licensing or regulatory agency for such person or business. Would that practical application be, let someone said they violated that? It would be if they were governed by a housing agency or they had some affiliation with a state agency, it would be reported to them that they are violating this ordinance. Okay.
Yes.
No person shall coerce, threaten, or retaliate against an individual for making a complaint or assisting the investigation regarding a violation of the alleged violation of this chapter. Okay. No person shall conspire with, assist, or coerce another person to discriminate in any manner prohibited by this chapter. Okay. And that would be for employees too. So if somebody had a company, you cannot force your employees to violate this ordinance as a condition of their remaining employed or.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
No person shall discriminate against individuals based on the use of a government-issued identification card, and all persons shall accept a government-issued identification card as valid identification unless, A and B, there are reasonable grounds for determining that the card is counterfeit, altered, or improperly issued from the person that's presenting it, or B, federal law, state law, or a valid court order requires the person to obtain different identification from the individual presenting the identification. What's the practical benefit of that? Is that a situation where some people say you must have a driver's or a motor vehicle license?
Yes, if you must have a driver's license to rent this house and a person has a state ID.
Okay. The state ID is considered in Pontiac that is valid and legitimate and can't be used as a way to sort of say no people without cars need apply.
Correct.
Okay. All right, non-discrimination, any questions on other prohibited practices? Next section, non-discrimination by city contractors. All contractors proposing to do business with the city shall satisfy the city code and any policies based thereon as adopted by the city. A contractor shall, as a condition of being deemed a responsible builder at the time of its submission to the city, certify in writing that it is in compliance with the provisions of this charter. And 3, each city contract shall provide that a breach of the obligation not to discriminate shall be considered a material breach of the contract. That's interesting. So we don't currently have that in ordinance yet. So there's no sort of result or teeth if somebody's got a bid to patch potholes and they are found to be saying that they won't hire people of a different faith or a different race.
Or people that live in Pontiac.
Okay. Okay. So that's, this is a way to make it that there's binding action that the city can take with a contractor that's doing city work.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions on that section, which is non-discrimination by city contractors? All right, exceptions. Notwithstanding anything contained in this chapter, the following practices shall not be a violation of this chapter. 1, for a religious organization or institution to restrict any of its facilities of housing or accommodations which are operated as a direct part of religious activities. So that's important, especially if you're considering the breastfeeding situation. Mm-hmm. If that violates the tenets of their faith or their religion, of course, their First Amendment right of assembly and freedom of religion, they have that ability in a house of worship or something that's a facility that's advancing their religious beliefs. Is that my correct understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Since you mentioned breastfeeding again, and I know this is going back to 7861, does that mean that the city needs to now make like a room available for breastfeeding mothers?
No, what it's actually saying is a mother can breastfeed right here. A mother does not have to go into a room. to breastfeed.
So it's not about providing accommodations, which historically has been some instances. It's saying that we would not legally have the right to say, get out of here because you're breastfeeding.
Correct.
Is that the right way to understand
Correct.
it?
So I have an employee that is breastfeeding, so she has to pump. So I don't want to.
No.
No. I'm saying she sometimes.
Oh, okay.
So do we have to make accommodations for that? I freely give her the time that she requests.
Right.
Or are you saying that she could just do that in the office? I guess that would be my concern, because you're saying that a mother could just breastfeed out in the open.
Right.
Here, so I guess I need
breastfeeding and pumping might be considered different. I can look further into that, but it is saying that a mother is allowed. If a mother and her child are allowed in your office, then she is allowed to breastfeed her child in your office.
All right.
Without providing any kind of cover or any, just.
It's the mother's decision.
Yeah.
This would mean that
but at the same time, there are, laws against nudity and being nude in public. So I don't think, it's a fine line there. I don't think she would be able to show her breasts out in the open.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I can look further into that about the pumping for you.
Okay. I just want to. I don't want it to be said that I'm discriminating. So I just want to make sure I'm in compliance. That's the reason why.
But if she chooses to go to the bathroom and pump.
Right, which is what she's been doing. But I didn't know if we needed to that a room needed to be established in City Hall for her, because I know when I had younger kids, there were some locations that my wife was, there were rooms that were available that you could go to. So that's
what's before us. What's before us is saying that we do not have the right to put somebody out for the act of breastfeeding. Correct. And other entities in the city, as long as they, and I'm going to keep going through the exceptions. Mm-hmm. The first one we talked about was religious. There are others. They would also legally not, in the city at least. This doesn't have impact beyond the city limits. Okay, thank you for flagging that, Clerk Doyle. I believe your clarity has been achieved. We're going to continue on going on exceptions, and then I'll ask if there's questions about exceptions. So the first was religious. 2, for the owner of an owner-occupied 1 or 2 family dwelling or a housing facility or public accommodation facility, respectively, devoted entirely to the housing and accommodation of individuals of one sex, to restrict occupancy and use on the basis of sex. So that mean if there was a men's board, sort of shelter on women's side of the shelter, that would still be permitted. Is that
correct? Correct. And again, just for clarification, the exceptions that you're getting into now
is about 1 or 2 family. Yeah.
Yeah. For the next maybe up until number 7, those I will make it clear that those are only for source of legal income. Those are not for everything. So those are not for employment practices.
Okay. So that you said 2 through 7?
Yes.
Okay. Let's now do a motion to amend to add in section 78-64 exceptions, notwithstanding anything contained in this chapter, the following practices shall not be violations of this chapter. And we'll say for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, would it satisfy it if we put in the first few words at the beginning that says, for the purpose of housing, what's the way that you reference that?
So I think it would be best if we change 2, if we put 1 after 7, and I add a heading that says, let me look at the section. That 1 through, it would be 6 then. That 1 through 6 only apply to source of lawful income.
For housing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what Attorney Vasquez has identified, the current number 1 in this section, we talked about the religious organizations, that would be moved down to be the new number 7, and then there's a new 1 through 6. We're taking 2 through 7, make it 1 through 6. and a heading would be added specifically about source of income for housing. So does that accomplish what it needs to make it legally tight and sound?
Yes.
Is there a council member that wants to make that motion to amend?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that we amend Section 78-64 exceptions to change the order and put a heading to provide greater clarity that that is only in regard to the source of income as it relates to housing. Capiche?
Correct.
We clear on that? Any discussion on that motion to amend? That's only reordering and adding a category so it shows we don't want unintentionally for any of the protections that are made for source of income to bleed into loopholes that can be exploited with other non-discrimination protections that have already been talked about. Okay. Everyone clear on what's before us? With that, roll call Clerk Doyle on the motion to amend Section 78-64 exceptions.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. That amendment is passed. So what we have before us incorporates what she had flagged earlier on and what we just discussed to make sure that is clear. Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to remove the now new number 2 from the exemptions.
What had been 3 in the previous document?
Correct.
Okay, so this says, the sale or rental of any dwelling by an owner, provided the following condition is met, the person owning the dwelling does not own or have any interest in more than 5 dwellings within the city at that time. So right now this is exceptions. And if this were to be adopted, this exception says, and I want to make sure the attorney sets me right if I get it wrong, right now the housing source of income would not apply to somebody if they have, is it 5 or less?
Yes.
5 or less homes. So essentially if somebody is renting 5 or less properties, the language right now, they're exempt. It doesn't apply to them. Your amendment is to remove that exception so that way, as was identified earlier, that it wouldn't create sort of a very large loophole that would take out many of the rental properties in terms of.
Correct. And
Is there a second? So he's moved it, she's seconded it. Tell us why.
Yeah, so, and I may or may not yield some time to Steve if that's allowable, but it is a thing that there are, so in the case of the city of Detroit, there are a lot of people who own homes that simply, that 5 or less rule allows essentially 2/3 of Detroit's housing market to be completely untouched by the source of income ordinance. And then in a like Pontiac specific case, there are many different landlords, slumlords who have.
Keep it to the L word. We can keep it to the L word. You don't go to the S word. But.
Well, I'm using them to separate categories at this moment. Especially people who are using the multitude of LLCs to separate up their housing stock. That way, they're not all tied to the same thing. There are many, many different LLCs in the city that we had to deal with coming in that were pulling this same exact practice, so we could not keep track of who had what property. So in removing this, we close up that loophole, which would in many ways make this just very not as effective as it absolutely could be.
Okay. The other side of that coin is that it does make good business sense for an LLC to be established house by house by house, so that way if there is a fire or a litigation or something, it's contained. So whether that would be the case 50 years ago, it is a very common business practice. I support your amendment, but there's the other side. It's not necessarily a nefarious purpose. It's, at this point, often advised or recommended for those that are make, real estate investment. They create, so that way, for everyone at home, that if you own 10 rental properties, there's actually technically 10 different owners. There's Grayton Street LLC, there's Parkdale Street LLC, there's Astorwood Acres LLC. And that way each home is its own separate business, a limited liability corporation. So with this language, it's saying that it could metastasize. It could mean that many single-family rental property owners would not be bound by this because they would have so many different ownerships, so they would never hit the threshold of 5 or more. And again, that's one legal interpretation. We don't know yet until it fully plays out. But Attorney Vasquez, do you have other feedback on?
Sure. So the number 5 was actually taken from the House bills that were in your packet or in your letters I sent. That's where we got the number 5 from. But also Oak Park and Ferndale also have this exemption for a certain amount of number. They use the number 3 if a landlord owns 3 or less, then they're exempt from it. So that's where
And in
this
your
exemption
work
came
with
from.
the city of Ferndale, in terms of the enforcement or the practical application of the source of income ordinance, how have you seen that played out?
This has not come up in Ferndale yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Goodman, you have the floor, and you do legally have the right to yield to non-council members, just like we yield to staff or others to speak, if that's your wish right now.
Yeah, and to further elaborate specifically on this bit, I do want to bring up Steve Topkowiak to the microphone.
The Royal Oak has 0. There is no exemption in Royal Oak for coverage. So it is correct. Oak Park has 3. Ferndale has 3. Royal Oak has none. I don't think Ann Arbor has any. But that's your call. But when you do this, another thing, a byproduct of this, determining common ownership, it's a litigation breeder, because you're going to have to be chasing down all the LLCs to find out if they all have a common ownership. And that's why we're opposing that at the state level. I will say this, and there's exemptions under Elliott Larson and the Michigan Person with Disability Civil Rights Act. The only exemption they have is 2 families, 2-family property, if a member of the landlord's family lives in one of the units. There is no 5 or more, 3 or more, 2 or more, like you see here. That's not Michigan law. The 5 is just one that, was proposed in the Michigan legislation. But there is no requirement like that in Michigan law. You want source of income protection. The goal is to have people who are poor, right, need housing assistance to be able to obtain affordable housing. When you carve exceptions, you're taking housing opportunities away. That's the problem. So I think your intentions and your plans are for the higher goal. It's just when these exceptions come in, then, well, you're not achieving that goal. In Detroit, the data showed only 32% of the properties were 5 and above. This one is, I think, even higher, so it'd be less than 32%, which it wasn't that they did a formal study. It was like a property maintenance type study and rental units and and it looked at who owned the properties, 1 and 2, people owning 1 or 2 properties, and 3 or 4, and then 4 and above. Here it's 5 and above, so you're looking at less than 32%. You're probably looking at maybe between 25 and 30% is all that you would cover with this 5 exemption, 5 and above. And then because of the market rate, sometimes the property is just not affordable. Even if somebody has a voucher, they can't, they can't go into the housing because the voucher doesn't cover the rental cost. So you're probably, the estimate I would think would be somewhere around 10% if the way it stands now. That's just, you're not meeting the goal. You're not meeting the housing needs with that exemption. I don't think you need it. It's my opinion, but it's your call. Again, we have Royal Oak with none, 2 other cities with 3, and that's it. The reason it got put in the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and 70, Section 1981 provide black people the opportunity to enter into contracts, a lease, mortgage, that's a contract. Section 1982 granted people property rights. Black people could buy, sell, own, hold, convey real and personal property. That sat dormant for 100 years till the Supreme Court in Jones versus Alfred Mayer in 1968 said that it reaches purely private housing transactions with no exemptions. The problem is the Fair Housing Act got passed 3 months earlier. Congress put the exemptions in because they wanted to make sure the Fair Housing Act would be held constitutional. Had the Jones decision come out earlier, we wouldn't even be having these exemptions. Exemptions are archaic. Right now, race, color, ancestry, there are no exemptions and applies to every property, period. That's the law. And when you put this exemption in, the other thing I'm really concerned about too, I'm not here to trap people. They'll pick up this ordinance and they'll think, oh, I'm doing the right thing. I'm complying with fair housing as Pontiac City Council told me. But actually they're violating Michigan law and they could be violating federal law. Federal law has punitive damages. So you want as much as you can to line up so it's in compliance with federal law. So you don't want people to have a false sense of assurance when they're doing a violation. So I think the simplest one, cut it out. But if you want to go with 3 or something like that and scale it back from 5, that's fine. I can't, I can only advise and suggest, but it's your ultimate call and how you make that decision.
All right, thank you for your perspective. The speakers list continues. Who next would like? Okay, so we're on the amendment itself. Councilman Goodman has proposed that under exceptions, it remove that basically 5 or less exception for, if you will, rental properties. So any further discussion on that amendment? Striking the 5 or less. Hearing no further discussion, everyone's clear on what's before us. Roll call, Clerk Doyle on the amendment, removing that section under exceptions as it relates to 5 or less. It's the new 2, but in the original text it was 3.
I have a question. So the amendment is to remove 2 in its entirety?
Yes.
Or just 5?
My understanding is it would strike 2 in its entirety.
Okay.
The new number 2.
First. Okay.
The new number 2 in its entirety. The sale or rental of any dwelling by an owner, provided the following condition is met: the person owning the dwelling does not own or have any interest in more than 5 dwellings within the city at that time. Yes, sir.
3.
What's that?
My paper's number 3.
It had been 3, yes. The amendment we just proposed, we just adopted, changed the order. So it's originally number 3 in the language under 78-64. The sale or rental of any dwelling by an owner, provided the following condition is met: the person owning the dwelling does not own or have any interest in more than 5 dwellings within the city at that time.
Councilman Parker has stepped out when you.
Oh, I'm sorry. While you were outside the room, we did an amendment that changed the order. It made, right now, it took the existing number 1, put that down at the end, and what had been 2 through 6 became the new 1 through 5. Thank you. Thank you for flagging that, Clerk Doyle. All right, so is everyone clear on the motion before us? It's, do we want to amend it to strike out that exception, yea or nay? Seems like we're clear on what's before us. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on the amendment on whether to keep that exception or not.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford? Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment passes. The new number 2 is gone from this section. In the original text, it was number 3. So we're still on 78-64 exceptions, meaning what would be exempt or accepted from the impact. We've already made 2 changes in this section. I'm going to keep going.
So
yes.
Are you going individually in the exemptions?
Yeah, you got more changes?
No, well, I do, but it's later. So you can
Okay. All right. Number 7, income that a prospective tenant cannot demonstrate is derived from source and activities permitted by law and is provided on an ongoing basis. 8, to limit occupancy in a housing project or to provide public accommodations or employment privileges or assistance to individuals who are of low income, over 35 years of age, over 55 years of age or disabled, in circumstances in which such limitations are appropriately designated. So that would be like, for example, if there's a senior housing and they intentionally want to have people 55 and up, that would be appropriate and permitted. It's accepted from these rules.
Yes.
Okay. Is that true for like individual rental properties? Could I say I only want to, this is a senior home, you can only rent?
No, I believe you have to be established as a senior living facility.
Makes sense. That gels with what we've already voted on
Yeah.
then. That calls age a protected class. 9, to engage in a bona fide, or bona fide, who knows how to really say it, to engage in a bona fide effort to establish an affirmative action program to improve opportunities employment for groups, including but not limited to minorities and women, where allowed or required by law. So that allows affirmative action efforts where they're allowed. In Michigan, there's a lot of restrictions due to past constitutional amendments, but where it's allowed, that would not be in violation of this, of sort of proactively encouraging, okay.
Yes.
10, to discriminate based on an individual's age when such discrimination is required by state, federal, or local law. I can't think of an instance of that, but like if it said 21 and up to do a,
Yes, and
You
the
can
rest of
only
the ones
drink
that you're
if you're-
going through are
okay.
for other prohibited, yeah.
Got it. 11, to refuse to enter a contract with an unemancipated minor, just because there's legal limitations. If you don't get emancipation, you can't take.
Legally enter into a contract.
Okay. Number 12, to refuse to admit to a place of public accommodation serving alcoholic beverages an individual under the legal age for purchasing alcoholic beverages, meaning that a bar or a tavern could say no one under 21 allowed.
Correct.
They would still have that right.
Yes.
Okay. Number 14, for an educational institution to limit the use of its facilities to those affiliated with such institution. So like if, what do we got?
Someone wanted to use the bathroom.
At a school?
Yes.
Okay, so like at ATAP, if somebody walked in off the street, that would be permitted because the school has the right to.
That would, exactly. If they wanted to say a stranger or someone not affiliated with the school cannot come in and use the bathroom.
Thank you for saying that. I was starting to think of what colleges do we have, but yes, K through 12 would also apply. All right. Number 15, to provide discounts on products or services to students, minors, veterans, and senior citizens. That would still be allowed, of course.
Yes.
All right. 16, to discriminate in any arrangement for the sharing of a dwelling unit by an individual who is sharing the unit. Okay. I'm not sure what that means.
So if I live in my unit as well, I can discriminate against who I want to rent a bed to.
Okay. Who shares your home? You're allowed a lot more discretion.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. That was number 16. Number 17, to restrict use of lavatories and locker room facilities on the basis of sex. That would still be permitted in Pontiac. Number 18, for a governmental institution to restrict any of its facilities or to restrict employment opportunities based on duly adopted institutional policies that conform to federal and state laws and regulations. What would be an example of that?
An example of that would be if a person has to have a certain degree to get a job inside of a government facility.
Got it. Thank you for that example. Might not happen often, but thank you for that example. All right, number 19, to restrict participation in an instructional program, athletic event, or an athletic team on the basis of age or sex. That would still be an option in Pontiac. 20, to restrict employment on the basis of a bona fide occupational qualification, which speaks similar to what you just identified. Number 21, nothing herein contained shall be construed to prohibit any affirmative action laws passed by any level of government, preferential treatment of or benefits conferred on any of the classes protected from discrimination under this chapter are permissible to the extent allowed by law. Okay, so any questions on these exceptions? Councilman Goodman indicated he might have some. No, not in this section. Okay, anything else? Questions or potential changes? All right, we're now at 78-65, right to private action. 1, nothing contained in this chapter shall be construed to limit in any way the remedies, legal or equitable, available to the city or any person for the prevention or correction of discrimination, including but not limited to false information pursuant to the city code or false report of a crime pursuant to the Michigan Penal Code, MCL 750.411A. Such remedies shall be governed by applicable law. What's the?
So the basis for that is that we are not going to just leave that for right of private action. If someone is assuming that you might commit a crime because of your age, sex, or race, and they accuse you of committing a crime. So we have law that governs that, and that's against false reports.
Thank you. 2, to the extent allowed by law, an individual who is the victim of a discriminatory action in violation of this ordinance may bring a civil action for appropriate injunctive relief or damages, or both against the persons who act in the violation of this chapter. So does this speak to how it's essentially private action? The city will not be in the business of going around and saying, we're taking you to court, landlord or employer X, because you didn't, I mean, there
Correct.
could be some instance, but that would be, it would not
Yes.
be, the default would not be the city enforcement.
Correct. The city will not prosecute these cases.
But it can be privately taken,
Yes.
legal action can be pursued. Okay. All right. Number 3, person aggrieved includes a person whose right created, granted, or protected by Article 3, Division 2, Chapter 78 is violated by a covered entity directly or through contact of the covered entity to which the person's agent or employee is subjected while the agent or employee was acting, or as a result of the agent or employee having acted within the scope of the agency or employment relationship. For purposes of the subdivision, an agent or employee's protected status is imputed to that person's principal or employer when the agent or employee acts within the scope of the agency or employment relationship. It is irrelevant whether or not the covered entity knows of the agency or employment relationship. A lot of legalese there. Translate that.
Yes. So this means that an entity such as Fair Housing Market can assist someone in bringing civil action for this.
4, a person is aggrieved even if that person's only injury is the deprivation of a right granted or protected under the article, division, and chapter. And that means?
There doesn't have to be actual harm if a person is not obtained housing because someone discriminated against them. That is the same in here.
Number 5, as used in subsection 2, damages means damages for injury or loss caused by each violation of this chapter, including reasonable attorney fees. So that sort of carries on the previous item.
Correct.
All right. Any questions about that, right to private action? Okay. The next is Division 2, Housing, 78-66, prohibited. It essentially takes the existing language and inserts also source of lawful income. So, no owner of real property, lessee, sublessee, real estate broker or salesman, builder or supplier of building materials, lender, financial institution, advertiser, or agent of such designated persons shall discriminate against any other person because of the religion, source of lawful income, race, color, or national origin of such other person in regard to the sale, rental of, or dealings concerning real property located in the city. So all that language existed already except for the source of lawful income.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions on that division, housing? All right, let's go back more broadly. That covers that. Did I miss any sections?
No.
So that covers the technical, what we got the lay of the land on, but now let's keep the deliberations going. It was raised early on in previous readings about the need to make sure it allows for veteran, source of lawful income from veteran agencies or veteran benefits. Is it correct to say that this language before us takes that into account and that is tight and right?
Yes, and that was changed from first reading to second reading to add VA and FHA loans.
Okay, very good. Councilman Goodman, you indicated you had more things you want to share, or is there other amendments? Okay. All right, we'll just go down the road if there's other further questions or feedback and reflections. Councilman Parker.
So as I look at this is just some of the changes, right? It's not all of the changes, because I recall there was if I recall on the data that you sent yesterday, there was a change regarding that 3 times the income.
And that is included in what you have today.
Meaning that's already been removed? Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
So what had been talked about at the first reading or early on was the multiplier of using the voucher amount to be able to qualify as 3 times, so that way it deals with if that was put as a hurdle to be considered for housing. So you don't see it because it's already been removed. Is that the right way to say it?
Correct.
Okay. So if this was adopted tonight, the 3 times multiplier no longer is around. Any other questions? Councilwoman James? Anything further?
No, my concern is still that, when we receive the information from legal that Section 8 is a voluntary program, and that, so how can we require people to take Section 8 when the program itself is voluntary? So concerned about that.
Well, that was one of my concerns that I put in both letters, the letter yesterday and the letter today, that I advise City Council to amend this ordinance to exclude that requirement. And the alternative, if City Council does not wish to exclude that amendment, then I offer some exceptions. And City Council, I got direction to add the exceptions instead.
Thank you for flagging that. Pro Tem Carrington?
Well, actually, I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Councilman Goodman?
Thank you dearly, Deja, for all that you've done in helping draft this. Like, despite how it may feel, I truly thank every bit of work that you've done on this, but I have nothing else to add.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford, any final?
Thank you for working for the people and with the people so that the people can be served adequately, honestly, and given human decency and respect. No matter what the outcome out of this, you did your thing, and you should be proud of yourself. And I'm saying that publicly, and I don't give out acknowledgments to most. So you did your thing.
Thank you.
All right, any final discussion on the speakers list? Councilman Parker.
I just want to say thank you because I did read off the package that you sent yesterday, and I certainly paid attention to the cautionary stuff that you put in there as well. So thank you for advising us of some of that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So I think this review probably shared a snapshot of how much work went into that from Attorney Vasquez. Thank you very much. How much work has been into this in the housing affordability and housing justice space that kind of culminates into this as well. Thank you, Councilman Goodman, for initiating this action and consideration, and for being very receptive, as I think all the City Council's been, to make it in a vessel that is more seaworthy. So that way it would actually, when it rubber hits the road, that it can might be more likely to work and work well. All right, so I think everyone has spoken. Hearing no further discussion, no further amendments, what we have before us is this ordinance amendment as amended, meaning all of those votes that we took tonight, that's in the final sausage that we're about to decide. Is the sausage going to stay the law of the land in Pontiac, or will the sausage be tossed aside? I don't know where I'm going with that, but the point is that sausage making can be complicated, but here we are. Yeah. All right. All right. Clerk Doyle, roll call on adoption of the ordinance amendment as amended.
Rutherford? Yes. Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
No.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 nay.
That motion carries. The ordinance is amended. That is a hearty clap. Thank goodness
And
your
Clerk
microphone
Doyle,
is enough.
Clerk Doyle, I will have it to you for publication in the morning.
Okay. All right, that concludes number 17 on the agenda. We're now at public comments. Let the good times roll. Pro Tem Carrington, who's first up?
Well, hopefully most people went home, to be honest with you, for this extremely long meeting. Mr. Carlton Jones.
I think he was hoping right. Well, yeah, we love our city. We stay here for a while. I truly can appreciate the work of council and all of us who stick around. But I know you guys have said this before, that you would try not to do things on the floor, because when you do it on the floor, it really puts the citizens at a little position where we don't have any input on it. You can't do a lot of double checking on it. And I know how important it was to try not to push it down the road, but let's don't make that a practice. Let's try our best not to, because I think you guys are worthy of getting stuff early enough, digest it, be able to validate it, and then you can vote on it properly. But, just don't make that a practice. I'm going to make it short. I had a whole different plan for the night, but I got to do a little housekeeping for what we're down today. A little housekeeping. The whole issue, Pastor Parker over there, as you brought the people with the window, they did it exactly right. They did it right. I support it 100%. And I think if we use that as a model, when people come forward, they listen to the community and try to come forward and do the things right by the community, we have a good project. Now that bridge, Councilman or Pro Tem, I support you with a temporary fix. Believe me, Mayor, we need to look at a temporary fix. That train is still going up under that bridge. If we need to limit the weight on it and do a temporary fix instead of waiting 2 more years to get that bridge, we need to look at that. It's so important. And we can't say it costs too much, because to have that bridge down for so long and we don't do anything to be temporarily to try to make sure we can have it for the residents to get back and forth over there, we can limit the weight on it, do a temporary fix, and we'll be much better off. We just need to consider that wholeheartedly. And then also I want to talk about the landfill deal. Now everybody know that landfill deal ain't brand new. Now, I want council people, I want you all to know this. Don't let people come in here and sugarcoat you with all our needs, and that's not the issue. That issue was just about sale. That wasn't about they had not been before planning or nothing. That was all about the seller property. So evidently, Mayor, that must be a joint deal we doing, because they got the city of Pontiac all across that, so it's a joint deal. That's not them coming about. That's something we doing. And I'm going to say this, council, when we come to the table with our piece of property that we want to do a new training facility, I hope you guys embrace us and don't run us through the gutter when we say we want to do something and we got a pretty picture for it. Because that's what we did tonight. No due diligence was done on that project. And any other property owner, they have to do the due diligence. So I'm not upset. It's just that we got to get to the point where we understand what we've proven. And that was not approved in a way of they talking about how many people they don't have any due diligence on the property yet.
That does conclude your time.
All right. Thank you. What I wanted to talk about, I'll be back next week with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Ms. Marcus Kelly is not here. Mr. Richard Watkins, I know you've been waiting a while, sir.
I learned to be a patient man. Yes, sir. But I just want to say thank you for having me here. Thank you to the mayor, all the council members for a wonderful job that you all do for the city of Pontiac here. I am a resident here of Pontiac. I originally grew up and was raised here in Pontiac. I just recently moved back here from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I've been back here 4 years now. I live at 120 North Edith Street. That's Woodland Heights, the apartment building. I am the president of the resident council there. So this is my first ever council meeting, and I'm taking pride in being here. I'm going to make sure I come to each and every one that you have, because I got a lot of good things out of being here. But 2 things I want to touch on real quick. Living in that building there, I've been there, like I say, going on 4 years now. And the unit that I live in, that I've been living in, I have no heat. But it's not just me. There are other residents that live in that building that have no heat. And I feel like that's unacceptable, because we pay our rent every month faithfully. I've reached out to the manager there. I reached out to the new owners, because as far as I know, Housing Commission doesn't own that property anymore. They just manage it. I've reached out to the new owners, or reached out to Pontiac Housing Commission, Deputy Commissioner Yvette Transu. I talked to Miss Mary Lou Rosado, who's over the Section 8 program. Everyone I can reach out to. I even talked to Mr. Taylor, Ahmad Taylor. He gave me the number to Janice Smith at HUD. I spoke with her about the situation. I even talked to the councilman in my district, Mr. McGinnis. I spoke with him about that situation. So I just want to see what can be done about that, because there are a few residents that live on the first floor like me that live across from me. Now, I'm not saying this is what caused it, but they actually died in their apartments, and they had no heat either. And just recently, one passed away this past Friday that stayed right next door to me. He passed away in his unit. So I'm hoping and praying something can be done about that. Then something else I wanted to speak on. I have a Section 8 voucher. And from what I was told from the Pontiac Housing Commission, last year the vouchers were $11.42. This past January it went up to $12.23. Okay, but from what they explained to me, it can only be used for a one-bedroom apartment, but you can use it to rent a house. That don't make sense to me. I don't understand that. And my voucher is through the Pontiac Housing Commission. Now, I heard a lot about Misha, about the way they vouchers is set up or something. I don't know if it's different from the one that I have or whatever. But that's just something I just wanted to touch on too, because like I say, I have a voucher, but it can only be used for just a one bedroom, not something. Now, if it covers the whole amount of your rent, which is $12.23, why should it be stipulated for just a one bedroom if it can cover a 2 or 3 bedroom? I feel like if it cover it, why not be able to move into something like that? But that's just something I wanted to just touch on. I don't want to take up too much time. But I'll be back again to every other council meeting that you all have. Thank you for having me here. Have a blessed day.
All right, thank you, Mr. Watkins. Thank you. Mr. Robert Bass is not here. I don't see him. Okay. Mr. Ryan Hurst, is he in the? Okay.
3 minutes. Ryan Hurst, CEO at Lighthouse, back again. Council, Mayor, I just wanted to thank all of you on behalf of the folks that we serve at Lighthouse for passing this human rights ordinance and the impact it will have on the community that seeks our services. Also, for approving the vendor for the housing study. I know it's been a long time coming, and it's felt like a big barrier. I do want to also acknowledge and thank the mayor. I don't know if he remembers this, but we had a conversation, I guess, June of last year at the Mackinac Policy Conference, where I voiced my concern that while we were waiting for this housing study and tax abatements weren't being approved, we were going to miss potentially a significant amount of investment in affordable rental housing in our community due to one-time ARPA gap dollars, and really wanting to just make sure that the opportunity for that investment to happen in the city was going to happen. And I said, please help me find a way to do it, despite that the housing study hasn't happened, despite this. And I just want to say that I am grateful that as of today, it does sound like, I know there's a lot of confusion around this issue. There's layers and layers as to why it's difficult to do housing development without a pilot. The first one being points, but even once you already have a tax credit allocation, you still have to get to closing. And we thought we were all set, and then we were told by MSHDA that we had to move faster to get through their loan committee, and there wasn't enough time for this workaround that we came up with. And today they came back and said, no, we'll work with you just as long as it's a reasonable time. So we'll be back soon on that front for these projects, but I'm hopeful that the housing study will help inform process long-term for our future projects, other developers' future projects, so that we can really meet the needs of folks in our community. So thank you all, and thank you also to Melanie for being a very, very passionate advocate on this really, really critical issue. I'm grateful that the community is responding to this need at this time. And I will yield my remaining 43 seconds. I can't believe I did it. I'm like the most long-winded person in the world, and I managed to make the time. Have a good night, everyone.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hurst. Mr. Steve Tokic, pronounce your name for me, please?
Tom Koviak.
Tom Koviak, okay.
Yeah, I just want to express appreciation for what you did. Excuse me. But more than that, to just take a step back, we serve Wayne, Oak, Macomb counties. We've added St. Clair County, about 40% of state population. So I get to see many city councils in that. And you're very effective. You have compassionate, caring. You have a relationship with the citizens. They respect you. There's communication both ways. And you listen to each other. You don't always agree. Nobody ever does. That's not possible. But you're doing a lot of things correct. Believe me, from the property registration process, Detroit phases it in by zip code and that. You do it all the way, and you got it done. On so many levels, you're off to such, great progress in this city. I'm real impressed with it. I'm impressed with each one of you. Period. I'm just thrilled. I think whatever you set your mind to, you're going to really accomplish a lot for the city. And it's really thrilling to see that. And you probably don't see it because you're not comparing yourself with other areas, but you're doing very, very well. So everything you go about it, it's very professional and caring and compassionate, and that's just outstanding. And I felt that way from meeting with the mayor, I think in April 2022. He was willing to have him and his team meet with us, and that was a pleasure as well. So congrats to all of you. If anything we can do to assist, we're happy to do so. We did analysis impediments for Clinton Township for their CDBG program. We're happy to provide whatever assistance, free of charge, whatever we can do to assist. But I'm just excited to see what you're going to accomplish, what you've already accomplished for the city. Can't say enough, and I appreciate referrals. We've already been able to help more people through coming to the town hall and coming to these meetings, so people need to know we're there and we can assist. We can resolve a lot of the complaints and a lot of the conflicts. That's the good thing. Someone complained to me about something. I went into the HUD handbook and got an answer. Yes, they have a right to that information. Give it to them, and we did, and we're satisfied. And that's the kind of things that we like to do. We're not about the conflict. We're about working things out, and that's the main thing that we do. So I really appreciate it. Anybody has a fair housing question with anything, landlord, tenants, anybody, please feel free to reach out to us. But I appreciate it, and please use us as a resource.
Do you want to plug your contact info?
Yeah, 313-579-FAIR. I left some brochures on the back there. 313-579-FAIR, fairhousingdetroit.org. fairhousingdetroit.org, and 313-579-FAIR. And that's municipalities. I deal with city council members, anybody. And by the way, HUD, I will put in a great word for you for HUD. You're going to get your CDGB program back pretty quick. HUD strongly supports source of income. This will have a big impact for you at HUD, believe me. So congrats. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I won't try to pronounce your last name, so I'm just going to say Steve. Thank you.
Yeah, just put a V over the W. It helps a little bit.
Okay. Ms. Chris.
But again, I really appreciate everything that you guys have done. Just to go through it like that in the detail, it's impressive. So hats off to you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Chris Hill. No. Jessica Newman. Renee Beckley.
Last week, I made a reference about the M1 concourse. I said what I know, what I have documented, that most of the council accepted donations from the people that run M1 concourse, the Soloff family. At the end of the council meeting, I don't know if it was me or not, but he made a broad reference, William Carrington. People come up here and lie on the council, and they don't know what they're talking about. They make up stuff. William Carrington, believe me, Renee come for real. Renee come with facts. Renee come with evidence. I do not, and never did, never will come up here without something that's not true, because people have tried it on me, and I don't like it, but I have facts, and I have paperwork. So in the state of Michigan, for Pontiac to contribute to a campaign or individual, they say political committee, they base it on the census population. So Pontiac is less than 85,000 people. I think the last time I checked, it was 59. For the city of Pontiac, the most of candidate, like this is for the lower candidates, like city council and the mayor, for one person only can give you a max of $1,225, and I guess that's per campaign. I'm not sure, like per the general or the primary. Now, get into, you think I'm lying. This is yours, William. This is your campaign off of the Oakland County website. Paul Zitloff, Z as in zebra, L-O-T-O-F-F. This is a family in one concourse. The 15th of 2021 of September, you got $1,050. Then you got his this Zitloff family. There's a Roger. He gave you $1,000. There's a Janine. I think that's the name. She gave you $1,000. Mary, gave you $1,000, and that was on October 20th, all one day in 2021 when you were running in the general election. Then you have Jordan. I know who Jordan is. He was like the vice president. This is a younger guy. He's not there anymore. Same day, October the 20th, $1,000. So what I can find, you might have some more. This is what you recorded. You got $5,050 from the people that own M1 Concourse. Now, the people at home, would you bite the hand to feed you? And would you think that this council, but most of them took money from the salt law for M1 Concourse, you think they're going to act on something with the M1 Concourse? I don't think so. Also, get a physics here, because there's no sound barrier for the outside. They only have it for the inside. Let them explain that to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beckley. Ms. Rosalind Northcross.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, residents of District 1, and citizens of Pontiac. This weekend, Jack McIntyre, Code Enforcement Manager, shared the city's plan for monitoring the sounds generated by M1 this spring. We look forward to a quieter spring and summer as the city enforces its noise ordinance. Lead gas was banned for vehicles beginning with model year 1975 because of its toxicity to the human body. However, lead is still allowed in racing cars. We in District 1 are concerned with the prefix gas station located at M1 Concourse, which sells leaded gas. Cars on the M1 test track use leaded gas. Keep in mind, there are no safe levels of lead for the human body. The emissions from the cars become airborne with lead and are carried by the wind to nearby areas. Residents were not notified that the gas station at M1 was being built. When did the city and the Planning Commission approve the building of the gas station at M1 and neglect to inform the residents? Is there an effective plan to handle, monitor, and maintain the hazardous gas material at the prefix gas station? And how frequently is it monitored? We want the city to monitor the air quality in residential areas bordering on M1. We know that lead is dangerous, but data is needed.
Thank you, Ms. Norcross. Ms. Audrey Mans. She's gone. Chuck Johnson is not here. Ms. Darlene Clark.
I know it's late, guys, so I'm gonna be quick as well. Thank you, Ms. Rutherford, for clarifying up the issue for the 15,000 people in Oakland County. Done well. And thank you, too. So let me tell you this in her corrections. Pontiac has 40 cities. That's not including the village, to equal up to 62, but we're now talking about the cities. Those 15,000 people will be dispersed within the cities. Now, what cities are those? Those are the low-income cities, which is Pontiac. Pontiac is actually 31% currently in the poverty line. So with those people that's been homeless and dispersed, it's going to increase the poverty area for our city in Pontiac. I agree, everyone do need housing, but is it somewhere where the city of Pontiac can come with a better idea and a solution in trying to place these people, homeless people? Because once again, we need to have, you're blocking out the residents. You need to have a community on two different levels. You need to have a community for people that's coming from prison and going into these halfway houses, you need to have a halfway house community. You have open land off Telegraph Road, Elizabeth Lake Road, and all in that area, that building out there for people to do a transfer or to get back into the community instead of putting them within the neighborhoods. And let me tell you a couple of reasons why. You have residents that got sex offenders. Pontiac has the highest sex offenders in the city. In Michigan, actually, we have the highest. And with that being said, you're bringing them into our community. You're bringing the released people, and though they do deserve a chance and serve their time, the trust needs to be gained. They don't get it just coming out of prison within the residents that's here. We already have a high crime rate. We the hub for everything. Bloomfield, Farmington, they're not the hubs. Oakland County had the highest foreclosure rate. Our problems are getting bigger and bigger. We need to focus on ways that we can isolate to grow, not to just stay down on bended knees, and that's what's happening in Pontiac. Now, thank you too, Ms. Rutherford, and I know, Carlton, you said this may not be true, but you left that door open so the people could understand what are you trying to do with Section 8, because the people did not understand that. But once again, you need your own self-attorney, because it has been clearly put, and I guarantee by hearing everything that was said tonight, it is clearly put it's going to put a lot of people off Section 8. There's not a doubt in my mind that's going to happen now, because I don't know any employee is going to let us, as Mr. Garland said, I don't know anyone's going to sit here and let a woman breastfeed her baby in the midst. Now, it's illegal to show your nipple, but it's not illegal to show a certain part of your breast. So with that being said, should I stop?
Your time is up, but
Oh,
I'll
I'm
let you wrap
sorry.
up. But you are opening a new breast chapter, so I guess we're going to.
Ms. Pastor Kathy Desiree.
I got a long list tonight, so I'm going to dash through them. It was wonderful to see Councilman Nicholson back tonight. We need to continue to keep him and his family in prayer, but it was just great to have him back where he belongs. I was under the impression speed humps were used in place of speed bumps because they could be removed in the wintertime and probably wouldn't be damaged. And so I'm a little confused. Perhaps I was misinformed. I've been griping about lights on Walton for 8 years, and we had yet another person hit the other night, pedestrian, seriously injured. Something has to be done there. You guys need a subcommittee desperately. I'm confused. Why doesn't the Housing Commission have any of this housing information that we've just okayed $57,000 for? Isn't that part of their job? The Kennett Road situation. Many years ago, I was involved in an emissions work in Manila, where we were working on using their dumps and trying to make housing for children out of that situation. And what we found, and what I'm sure when the environmental study comes back, was the problem is that I think it's methane gas that is manufactured by all the garbage that's in the ground, and it is a huge cancer producer. And what we ended up with is we got our orphanage built, and we lost 18 children to cancer. So we need to be really, really careful with that environmental study. I'm not against having something built there if they do it right. But they need to be very careful because there are all kinds of toxins in that ground, and it's been there a long, long time. Does the ADA impact any of number 17 that you worked on tonight in any way? This is directed at District 5. Every month, your executive committee works hard. They invite speakers to come in. They bring yummy food. We have a group of people that are faithful, just like the group of people that are faithful here. But we're not the ones that need to hear. We need to hear from the rest of you in District 5. We need to know what you need. We need to know what you want, and you need to be part of it. And we can't make it happen if you don't come. So my plea tonight is, please come to district meeting Thursday night, 5:30, Lions Den.
5 o'clock is what Councilman Parker said.
That concludes public comment.
All right. With that, we are now at communications. So you can see on the printed copy of the agenda, as well as online, all the various different upcoming events and activities in the community, so that way everyone can be informed. All right. I'm going to now, for the sake of time, go to the mayor's office for those communications.
Well, I know it's getting late, but there are a couple of time-sensitive announcements I want to really quickly touch on. Number one, this Friday, March 15th, right here in City Council chambers from 5 to 6 p.m., we have our next Supplier Connect event. Again, these are events designed to allow businesses based in Pontiac or owned by Pontiac residents to come on out. It's open to everybody, of course, but we really want to connect primarily with Pontiac-based businesses and Pontiac residents who own businesses to encourage them to bid on city contracts so that we can have more city business done by Pontiac-based folks. So again, that's this Friday, March 15th, from 5 to 6 p.m. Come on out. The following, 2 Saturdays later, so 8 days later, March 23rd is the second annual Spring Bash and Egg Hunt. That will be at United Wholesale Mortgage. This is organized by our Youth Recreation Division. So please come on out to this very family-friendly, fun event on Saturday, March 23rd. The last item that I want to announce that's time-sensitive, somewhat time-sensitive, is that yard waste bag pickup will resume on Trash Day, April 1st. So it's normally this might not be that time sensitive, but given the warm weather, people are going to start yard work earlier perhaps than they normally do in the city. And I want folks to know that starting April 1st, you can put that yard waste out at the curb on Trash Pickup Day, and it will be picked up.
The room, but I do want to wish a very, very happy birthday to President Pro Tem William A. Carrington, who celebrates his birthday in the coming days. Mayor Grimel, you have the floor for your closing comments.
Well, just two additional items. They're more in the line of announcements, but I think they're important and they're fresh off the press. It has now been confirmed that we will have the ribbon cutting for the newly minted skate park on May 3rd at 4 p.m. This is a skate park that was finished back in the fall, late October, early November timeframe, and it has been out there. It's been used, especially with the very mild winter that we've had, but we decided at that time to postpone the official ribbon cutting until the springtime so we'd have great sunny weather. And so again, that's May 3rd at 4 p.m. at Oakland Park to celebrate the new skate park. So come on out. And then in a similar vein, we have officially hired a firm, Lab Creative, which has now been merged with Spalding de Decker, to do concept design work for 10 neighborhood and mini parks. And they are going to be conducting listening sessions in those parks on March 27th and March 28th. More details will follow. They're going to have a comprehensive schedule of having hour-long, maybe hour-plus-long listening sessions in those parks on those 2 days. So we'll provide a more comprehensive schedule of times and locations in those 10 neighborhood and mini parks that they're going to be doing designing in. But please mark your calendars to come on out on March 27th and 28th. We are not going to reinvent the wheel. There was just a parks master plan that was done very comprehensively just a few years back. And so the goal is to do concept design work that will incorporate the amenities that were identified and targeted as part of that master plan for parks to be included in these 10 neighborhood and mini parks. So we're not going to totally reinvent the wheel. Those amenities that were identified by the master plan for these parks will be what the concept design is working on. But the concept design will talk about where to place those amenities in those parks and some other details. And so please come on out, hear about the possible arrangement of those amenities, and most importantly, provide feedback to us and to the design firm, Spalding to Decker, about where you want to see those amenities in each of those parks.
All right. Clerk, any closing comments?
No closing comments, Mr. President.
Okay. Let's let the birthday boy go first. President Pro Tem William A. Carrington, scholar and a gentleman.
Well, I definitely appreciate it, but at 10:40, I was really hoping that we have a birthday celebration before 9 o'clock. But I am thankful. I just want to say a few things, and I'm gonna keep it very brief because I think that we need to celebrate some young wrestlers that's from our city. And even though some of these wrestlers actually attend high schools outside of the city of Pontiac, they still are city of Pontiac residents and our youth. I just wanted to acknowledge senior Adam Polk, Pontiac High School. He finished 5th. This time, he's a 4-time state. For 4 times, he actually placed at the state championships. So, sophomore Jaden Williams, he goes to Roseville High School, but he was a second-time runner-up in the state championships this year. Freshman Don Spillers, he goes to Detroit Martin Luther King High School, but he finishes 7th place in the state championships. And that's it. So again, we have some great finishes for our Pontiac youth in the wrestling state championships. Also, I know.
Let's give him a hand. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So hopefully the council will be celebrating and acknowledging some of these athletes that not only play wrestling but basketball in the coming months. So thank you. Again, I'd like to thank this community for support, but I also want to say something about the issue concerning campaign donation. If it was illegal to receive a donation, then every president that have ran for the United States government would be in prison. One thing that I don't do is that I'm very rational, and no one can buy my vote on anything. I just want to let this community know. Doesn't matter who gave me a donation. Of landlords that given me a donation, I stood behind my colleagues when it comes to the ordinances that we pass. So again, there's no correlation between taking a donation and not being tough on an organization that are breaking any kind of ordinances in our community. The thing is, this was something that started before this council and before this administration. And we want to make sure we stay on the right side of legalities when it comes to making any adjustments to those original contracts that happened before we took our seat. So again, I just want to make sure this community knows that there's no correlation between taking a donation from someone. Because basically, I probably could have raised $50,000 if I wanted to, but I turned down a whole lot of people when it comes to taking donations. So again, good night.
Thank you. Who wants it next? Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. And certainly I want to just reiterate what our newly elected president of District 5 Council said, that we need you to come out to the District 5 meeting Thursday, 5 p.m. in the Lions Den downstairs. We certainly will have a report from the Oakland County Sheriff's Department. We always get a report from the code enforcement and the mayor. And we are expecting that we will also have a little bit of an update as to what's going on with Lancaster Village. So for those of you who are concerned, please come out so we can share with you that good information. We do have food, drinks, but more importantly, we need your input so that I will know which way you want to go as I sit here and represent each and every one of you. There's a lot of things that are taking place, and we need your input to make sure that we're headed in the direction that you would have us to go, as opposed to leaving me to my own devices. I want to just say one thing, and I certainly hope that we can give a good report at one of our meetings concerning the street sweepers. I know there's a lot of concern about whether they are active and moving. We've been told they've been broken down. They don't run in the winter time, but as the weather is warming up, please, I would hope that we would get a good understanding as when the street sweepers will be up and operational and where they're going to start working, so we can tell our residents. And lastly, I want to say happy birthday to my fishing friend. Maybe one time we go out, we'll actually catch some fish and not just practice casting.
Well, I caught something.
But yeah, he did catch a couple when we went out. But I just want to say happy birthday to him. I look forward to fishing with you this year as well. And with that, I say have a good evening, everyone.
Councilwoman Kathleen James.
Okay, I just got a couple of things. First of all, somebody mentioned the lights on Walton. I do apologize. They have been off for not all of them, but we've got a number of lights off on Walton and in the Jocelyn area. They have been reported, but for some reason, it's taking forever to get them, to get those lights repaired. So I reached out to DPW today. I have not heard a response, but I will be calling again on tomorrow, and we definitely will continue following up on that until we get those lights repaired. Our Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee meeting will be on Monday, March the 25th, and our March Community Council meeting will be Thursday on March the 28th. That's all I have. Good evening.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford, District 1.
I've learned that people will forget what you said. People forget what you did, but people will never forget how you make them feel. And that was said by Maya Angelou. For a moment, if I could, I'd like to express to you why Brian is such a loss to me. I've known Brian Blosser since I was 9 years old. And Brian Blossom was my cheerleader when others condemned me. Brian Blosser would defend this whole council and the mayor day in and day out. He would work campaigns like he did mine, knowing he was battling a disease that would ultimately take his life. And he never cried about it, but he served. And even in his sick bed, while he was dying, he would get online and he would defend this council and defend this mayor. And I need you to remember that, because he did it 10 toes down. He never tried to get accolades for it. He simply wanted to be treated with decency and respect. And he was my friend. And I don't use that word friend often. He was my friend. He was my brother. So when I cried today, it was a realization that that bright light is gone. Eric Johnson is gone. No matter how much people didn't agree with Eric, he loved this city. My God. And I remember seeing him at DeAnton's, and I asked him a tough question. I said, how I'm doing? He said, for a Nouveau Rouge, you're doing all right. And that was Eric's way of telling me I was doing a good job. We have to start to celebrate people while we're here. We need to go to the hospital and visit them while we're here. We need to help people while they're here. Because when they're gone, it doesn't matter. I'm proud to say that I helped Brian, and he helped me. He helped me to be a better leader. He helped me to have more compassion. He showed me that leadership is not always going to war with my words, but using my passion to make significant changes. Because what you didn't know is that Brian, after years of facing homelessness and having indecisive place to stay, he finally got a voucher, and he stayed in District 1 in downtown. He was a Section 8 recipient. He was proud of that. On his way to actually buy a house. So while I was fighting for these things, I wasn't just fighting it for me. I'm fighting it for people like Brian, who had dreams of home ownership who will never have them fulfilled. And we got to start treating people that way. Because I remember being on that side and being laughed at, because I would come down here every week and I would point out figures. And I told them then, said, you can laugh at me now,
but I'm going to be in a position of leadership. And when I do, I'm going to make significant changes, and I did. So thank you, Brian Blossom, for defending this council. Thank you, Brian Blossom, for defending this mayor, even against me when I wanted to argue with him. So I promised Brian that I would try something different. So, Mayor Grimer, you are officially back invited to District 1 meetings. The meeting is going to be March the 30th, 3 to 5, because I promised him I would give you one more fighting chance. And I say that because, yes, we've been battling, but we battle for the right things. And at the end of the day, we don't always agree. But it is my hope that we learn from Brian Blossom, Mayor, and we learn to get along. And then we disagree. We have the humility side to say, I apologize, Mel. And I apologize to you, Tim, openly. I was wrong how I came at you. I hope that you come to my meeting and give transparency, because I want District 1 to know that they can come talk to you the same way they can talk to me. We switched our meetings from the Alley Cat, because unfortunately the Alley Cat is closed. I'm sorry, I'm sad, but never you mind. We're going to be at the Transportation Center, which is the Old Crowford, March the 30th, 3 to 5. The food will be catered by none other than Pat Steed. Our speakers will be the Honorable Mayor, if he so chooses to show up, Senator Jeremy Moss, Deborah Younger, Jack McIntyre, and a host of others. See, I'm big enough and humble enough to apologize. The question is, can we be big enough and humble enough to do right by our citizens at all times, even when we don't know what to say? And lastly, Mr. Watkins, the reason why you can't get a house with a one-bedroom voucher is because the vouchers are set for one person. And so the maximum is $1,223, but you can, however, move into a different apartment complex. And I told you that earlier. And I hope that you run for the residential placement that is open on the Housing Commission, because you're currently the president of Woodland Heights, and you serve the people well, and you have an unbiased place. I want to say God bless you and keep you to everybody on this council. I want to say God bless you and keep you to this administration. I want to say God bless you and keep you to this community. And remember that somebody is always watching. And good night.
Thank you very much. Very briefly, thank you everyone that was here tonight. We had a full house. We still have some hardy stalwarts, diehards, as Rosalind Northcross says, diehards with us as well. We know many people, wherever you are, watching or participating, and we're really grateful. Last night, we had a packed house. Thank you to all the community members that came out for our monthly meeting that served as a community conversation on housing and human rights, but also served as our monthly District 7 meeting. Thank you to President Watkins for being there and then also being here tonight. Looking forward to continue partnering to make sure that you and your neighbors are well served and well protected by the city and the tools at our disposal, the levers of power to do good, not bad. And thank you, everyone, for your time tonight. We covered a lot of ground and dealt with a lot of issues. And the issues keep coming, but we'll keep running into the fire. So with that, is there a motion to adjourn? So moved. Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington to adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yeah.
Good night.
5
Good night.
yeas. No nays.
That motion carries. We stand adjourned at 10:52 p.m.